Still don't fully understand the rules on TikTok. I was just watching a really funny live stream where this dude is battling with this girl and she's on the beach and they're both just staring there looking at each other. And I have no idea what's happening. So I'm kind of just like, I don't know. I like to get on TikTok live just to see what people are talking about and then kind of get a baseline of what we're supposed to do. But TikTok is weird, dude, because the people are just selling stuff and playing games, which I have no problem with games. I wouldn't mind playing some Fortnite, but that's kind of rare to see that. So there are certain games you can, there's certain games you can't. Right now, what seems to be popular is Helldivers and Arc Raiders, which is great because I like both of those games. But I don't want a game. Like, I don't know. I don't want that to be a thing. At least not yet. Like, gaming is fine for taking up space. And we might get down some Fortnite. Fortnite, maybe some classic Halo. Just because they're fun to play, but I can't do competitive shooters, dude. That competitive shooters left me a long time ago. And that's okay. I just don't have it. I mean, they're like 12-year-olds that just, you spawn in, boom, you're dead. And I'm not into it. So I'd rather talk about just news and politics and stuff because yesterday I did a deep dive on data centers, which was a mistake because we learned a lot and it was not good. I still am of the mind that something is happening. Like something is coming or they're fixing to do something that they're not telling us. Because, 3 years ago, you never really heard the term data center. But now, that's all you hear about. That's all you hear about. And there's a difference between a server farm and a data center. A server farm is like AWS. They've been around for years. And they want to put them in space. It actually on its face does not sound like a terrible idea. But for some reason, the idea that they're going to tow in the International Space Station and we can't even go to the moon, but yet they're going to put a massive, super heavy thing in space. It doesn't make any sense. And they say it's needed for AI because GPUs can do parallel computing, which is fine, but the mad dash to which they are building them doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. The cash that they're burning through, the biggest companies in the world, the backbone of the S&P 500, is just pouring through cash to build these things, only to have them age out in 18 months, and have to retool all the software, and they don't have the grid. They know they don't have the grid, so they're using jet engines. It turns out they're using jet engine turbines to power these data centers, which is crazy because it's like having a commercial jet just sitting there at half throttle on your property at all times. Companies don't have the infrastructure to build out data centers for their AI needs, so outsource. So that's the only thing I can think of is to recoup their money. They're either going to do a rug pull on ChatGPT, which has been predicted, that the AI that we have now that we use, it's great, right? But that's just it. It's to kind of get you hooked and get people using it as more of a search engine and to really lean on it. And so in the next year or whenever, they're going to decide to, it's not $6 a month. Now it's $200 a month or $500 a month. And there's some crazy people that are going to be so on it, they're going to pay. So we'll see what happens. Need tons of cooling and other stuff for security. Yeah, well, that's the water wars, right? That we're fixing to be upon is the water war. It's crazy. Very high, complex, regulated in governments. So I don't know. Governments are green lighting and rubber stamping all of this. I mean, never have I ever seen the land acquisition and the building permits and the just going like mad. This is where the government wants this to happen, especially when dealing with banking. But what about gender neutral bathrooms? What about them? You're exactly right. There's all kinds of stuff going wrong. You can build them, but access is highly restricted. It's maybe. I mean, the government absolutely is complicit in fast tracking these, and that's Trump, right? And that's the first thing he did when he got into office. That was one of the first things he did within the first month or two, was go all in with Oracle and Stargate and have all these random people who we've never met before on stage talking about what they want to do, the plans for it. Oh, we need to be dominant. Dominant for what? It's data centers of certification on access. It's highly regulated and monitored. We'll see. I don't know. But The idea that something is coming. It's either going to be automated cars, social credit system, like something is about to happen. The only other way I can see them making their money back is if a lot of these companies are fixing to just nix their entire staff and really start outsourcing. That's the only thing I can think of. Winter is not coming. It is June. But yes, I mean, summer is coming. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the heat waves and the power and the lack of utility lines that, I mean, you thought last summer was bad and the summer before that was bad with blackouts and, oh, don't charge your electric car. This year is going to be so much worse because you have these grids getting put on, these data centers getting put online, and it's not even the worst it's going to get. It's going to get even worse because half of them aren't even operational yet. But within the year, they're going to start coming online, and it's going to be pretty wild. Massive push for things we've only noticed because it's behind the scenes. That's what they said. That's what Grok said yesterday. Grok was such a dick. I was asking it the other day, does it save our chats? No, of course it doesn't. But I asked it, why haven't we heard of data centers in the last 3 years? And I'm like, oh, well, you have. I'm like, well, thanks for gaslighting me, Grok. No, we haven't. You heard of AWS, right? Amazon Web Services, like where they host websites, which is essentially modems attached to hard drives. Excuse me. Sir? Sorry. Speaking of AI, you dick. Don't engage. Stay over here. Don't move. Sorry, if I put my hand up, this camera starts tracking me and it does a really bad job. But it is ruining the middle class. The amount of jobs that are fixing to disappear is insane. And the jobs that it ranked as the ones that are high risk and low risk, I think are completely inverted. Been around for 30 years, but it's nothing new to me. I'm pre-internet. Amen, buddy. I'm almost pre-internet. I was raised on AOL, where if you wanted to download like an image off AOL, you had to watch it go line by line by line. And if it was a good image, you had to print it out, you know. So, because getting back to it would be a pain in the ass. So I wasn't raised pre-internet, but I remember the early inception of it, right? You got mail, the dial-up sound, like that was legit. I remember that from my childhood. AI is essentially the new internet. So they say. And they claim that, and Grok tells me that these data centers are for the internet. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but the internet is not expanding at such a dramatic rate. I mean, the internet was working just fine 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It is. Now, are people more, there are more live streamers now than ever. There's more YouTube and people are making content more now than ever, but that still doesn't explain it. It still doesn't explain it. I don't know how they're going to make their money back. AOL, sort of BBS. I don't know what BBS means, but nationwide. The internet exploded around 97 to 01. Yeah, which, you know, fuck, I was born in, I wouldn't say I'm a 90s kid, but I'm not going to tell you how old I am. But yeah, it's not good. Something's coming. They're not telling us what it is. We'll find out eventually. I do think that they're trying to control the internet. I think that's always been a motivation for them. Rumor has it that Obama had a button on his desk that could literally just kill the internet. Because, I mean, you used to hear the conspiracy theories about how all internet traffic ran through a building out in Utah, right? The NSA building, this huge complex, and the government has their finger on that button. You don't really hear about that anymore. And if you look at this crazy ass website that I found due to a really awesome video I was watching, see if my computer can do it without messing this up. My whole computer starts freaking out when I look at this. We're going to turn everything off except for data centers. Call him Wreck-It Ralph because he's breaking the internet. Yeah, right. That's a very familiar name. What in the leaf? Internet traffic has always been segregated. So I'm a big fan of dead internet theory, which, yes, when you start looking into that, it's not good. It's sad because I remember forums, right? I used to be like, back in the day, I used to only use internet and YouTube and stuff to like learn how to work on cars and fix things and blah, blah, blah. And so you could find just never ending forums, and it was awesome. And you could find, and it wasn't unpopular for a lot of people to have their own individual blogs. You don't find those anymore. Come on, let's see if I can get this to work. Back in the day, we could only break and route and cut off Europe's DOS attacks. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. If it was frequent hacker wars and completely unmonitored. Yeah, well, and now to be a hacker is like awesome, right? It's really cool. That's why I love watching old movies. What is that? Sentinel A1 altitude velocity. Is that a fucking... What are we looking at here? Tell me what that is. This is a really awesome website, by the way, called Open Grid Works. Highly recommend. You can't see it on TikTok. Sorry. But I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before. But anyways, all these blue dots are data centers, which is kind of crazy. Oh, hey, my laundry's done. Yay. That's crazy. Now that's for some reason I'm very distracted right now. But yeah, all these data, like, they used to only be in Utah, and now they're everywhere. Back then, if you were caught, it was Supermax and throw away the key. Set an example. Yeah, well, and so I'm actually a big fan of that because, yes, I do think that you need to have severe punishment. I think we are very under penalized in this country. Like, I feel like if our country set a standard to where, like, if you broke the law, it was bad. Like, the whole point of having a severe punishment is to deter the next guy. Like, you don't even want to think about getting caught about that because you don't want to do the sentence, right? And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that, if the laws were more severe and enforced, we would live in a better society, right? Like, and hacking and stuff like that, stealing people's identity, it's the fastest growing crime in the world. But unless all countries have a certain standard, we're kind of screwed on that front. But one of my allies, Kevin, I learned quickly not to F with the government. Yeah, well, it's not that you shouldn't F with the government. Go for the people, by the people, right? I don't know where you're at. I don't know if you're America or not, but like, and I know that's such like, it's like a hopium. It's almost a copium, actually. But yes, I mean, trying to go against the Fed, like, again, the rules are so ambiguous. That's what I was watching yesterday. I was losing my mind, where it was these city council hearings about these data centers, and people are getting hauled out in cuffs, and you feel bad for the cops, but it's like, oh, I'm just doing what I'm told. It's like, how many times have we heard that throughout history? It's like, no, dude, these people have a right to stand before that city council, ask the questions, vote, do what they got to do. And they're just not letting it happen. And so many of the city council members, sign NDAs, and, they start buying up stock in some of the fiber companies, some of the more construction side of these data centers, to where they're making a quick buck. And, the open enrollment period for questions and comments is very hush-hush. And so by the time it all comes to pass, the deed is done. I mean, the land acquisition, what is it called? Eminent domain, those are already in process. And then people show up, and it's like, well, where you been? We've been trying to get a hold of you, trying to, about your car's extended warranty. No, that's not how it should be, but that's how it is. And there's a lot of country folk right now that are learning, that their generational homes are now being taken away at what people think is fair market value to build more power lines. Learned about dark fiber, kind of crazy. I've never heard of dark fiber. Do we dare? It's got my attention. It's got a cool name. Sorry, that was earlier. Well, it turns out dark fiber, I remember just fiber optics was like a $50 billion endeavor that they did to wire the entire country. Dark fiber is an unlit fiber, is an unused optical fiber available for use in fiber optic communications. Dark fiber may be leased from network service providers. Dark fiber originally refers to the potential network capacity of a telecommunications infrastructure. Because the marginal cost of installing additional fiber optic cable is very low, once the trench has been dug or conduit laid, a great excess of fiber was installed in the U.S. during the telecom boom in the 90s and early 2000s. It's related to your data centers. Interesting. Hey, it makes a lot of sense that, if you're going to dig the hole, dig the trench, and you've got room, like, you might as well maximize and optimize the amount of cable that you put in the ground just to see, like, why not? Like, right? It's more efficient to do that. So I have no problem with that at all. But watching these videos, watching these videos is infuriating. And it's all very convenient that only a few years ago it was like, oh, drive electric cars, we need to reduce our electricity, blah, blah, blah. My life is an action. Every existence and job has seemingly been calculated. Ooh, simulation theory. Let's go. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good path to go down. Because honestly, the people talk about the theory about history is about to repeat itself. Maybe that's another reason why these data centers are being built, is because we are reaching a point in late stage capitalism where if they are about to augment a shit ton of jobs, right? 50% of people are going to be out of work. I am willing to put money on it now, mark my words, that there will be a company where you can go and you can fall asleep in a fucking pod. And that's your job, is to live in this pod. They'll hook, like the Matrix, they'll hook you up intravenously and they just either map your brain or whatever, and you just live in the metaverse. And it sounds dystopian, but there are plenty of people and young kids that would be happy to do that. No bills, no insurance, no nothing. Everything's bought and paid for. It's essentially a voluntary prison, but you get to live in the metaverse. There's a lot of people that would sign up for that. I'm afraid. Like, that bums me out. That's really dark to think about. The infrared has already been laid around major metropolitan. Well, my rig, my live, I can prove it, though. Vanilla Sky. Don't know what Vanilla Sky is. That's a movie, right? With Tom Cruise. I feel like maybe I've seen it before, but I'm not entirely sure. But like, what's the other Tom Cruise movie that's similar to what we're talking? Maybe that's what you're talking about. Your dream state idea. Okay, thank you. I knew it sounded familiar. Yes. Yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that being a thing. And, you know, that's why they need the bandwidth. That's why they need the compute. Of course, after he... Oh, my God. All right, I like this dude. Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut was Stanley Kubrick's, like, middle finger to the establishment. I like it a lot. He also filmed the moon landing, but that's a conversation for another day. At least the one we saw on TV. But something is coming with these data centers that they're not going to tell us. We're going to have to find out the fucking hard way, but he died before it premiered. I'm so not surprised by that. I know his daughter is big on, like, kind of blowing the whistle and reading a lot of his personal diaries and things like that. I don't know if any of that's, like, authenticated. They do the same thing about, like, Admiral Byrd and his journals and diaries, and so it's like, unfortunately, at the end of the day, you just have to use your own discernment. But watching the breakneck speed of how the world is changing, like, I went down the rabbit hole of robotics. Like, dude, people think we're 3 or 4 years away, maybe 10 years away from having your own personal Rosie, your own little house robot. No, dude, that stuff is here right now. There are some that are going into mass production by the end of this year, and a lot of them are actually very affordable. That was borderline terrifying yesterday. Now, I don't... there's the robots that actually look like humans, they're doing that for the wrong reason. They're doing that, because, there's a loneliness epidemic. It's like, well, yeah, for some reason, social media has divided us more than it's brought us together, right? And if they think that the solution is to have a bunch of humanoid robots that again, why do you take the time? Quick question, what you got? Why would you take the time to make a humanoid robot? Like, why would you put tits and ass on a robot? Like, it doesn't make sense. Now, the other robots that they had actually look like robots, right? Like, that actually serve a purpose. Like, those are the ones that I'm down with because they've got appendages and they can do stuff. You think the government would design a plan to crash the passenger plane intentionally? You think the government would design a plane to crash? I want you to ask that question again, but type it out a little differently. I don't fully understand the question. I mean, my gut is telling me yes, but my dad has a wild theory about the Malaysian flight that went missing a few years ago. They still have never found not one shred of debris. Not a wheel, not a seat, not a cushion, not a nothing. He thinks that it's in a hangar somewhere in the Middle East being painted flat black to be used at a later date. Because a stripped down, fully fueled 777 could go anywhere in the world. If they found debris, you know what? Let's find out. They never found bodies. Well, right, but I don't know if they ever found debris. Let's find out. I don't know how to spell Malaysia. Flight. Missing? I can't remember the number of the flight. This was years ago. There it is, 370. Disappeared from radar 2014. That was almost 12 years ago. Okay, let's try this. Whoops. Malaysia. Flight 370, did they find debris? Spelled that wrong. Although some debris is confirmed from the aircraft washed ashore at various locations disappeared, the wreckage has been extensive but not inconclusive. That's what I've heard, is that they found bits and pieces of airplanes, but so far as serial numbers and things like that, not all of it lines up with this particular flight, and it's still not enough. I'm pretty sure I've researched it extensively. I'm talking about a domestic flight, the debris washed up on an island. Maybe. I mean, unfortunately, I don't know. I don't, unless some normal, this is going to sound bad, but unless it's some normal person who decides to like go over there with a boat and a cell phone, like I trust that guy way more than I trust, Fox, CNN, whatever. Like, because of course, I mean, for example, I hate to go super taboo, but let's do it. Hey, we're here. 9/11. I lived in the DC area at the time. The thing, whatever they hit the Pentagon, no, it wasn't. Like, we went there. We drove over there, me and my siblings, and the first thing that they did was have a shit ton of dump trucks come in and pour a bunch of dirt all over the lawn outside the Pentagon and throw up a bunch of tarps. And it was in an effort to preserve evidence. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, you're going to preserve evidence by dumping a bunch of dirt on it? We didn't see a wheel. We didn't see a wing. We didn't see an engine. Like, you didn't see anything. All we saw was a hole in the building and, like, a little bit of a gouge in the ground. And it wasn't even a big gouge. It was just a normal gouge. I don't know. Pilot wanted it never to be found. That reminds me. I met a girl whose father lost his job in 9/11. It was ATC in Atlanta. Oh, yeah. I remember listening to all that air traffic control stuff. They just conveniently were running drills that day. And you had a bunch of pilots queuing up to asking, like, is this real world or is this the training exercise? And that's why they couldn't, scramble jets or whatever. I don't know. But so anyways, the only reason why I doubt that they ever found any information about the Malaysia flight is because of what they said about the Pentagon. And even the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, like that one looked a little more believable because you could see something that maybe looked like airplane records. But again, you didn't see a fuselage, you didn't see wings, you didn't see aluminum, you didn't see engines, you didn't see seats or baggage or anything like that. Something that would be far more typical of an airplane crash, which, like, watching those test videos where, like, Mythbusters did it. They remote controlled an airplane and crashed it just to see how everything would buckle. They had a bunch of crash test dummies. That was a very cool episode. I told her not to talk about it anymore. I had stuff prior to now. It was made me sus. I was lured into... Okay, that's fascinating. I don't know if that means they're trying to get at you. You had information that they wanted to know about. But... yeah, no, it's not good, but what it was what happened after 9/11. It was the formation of the Department of Homeland Security, which has now evolved into the Department of War, and Patriot Act and things like that just, with great power comes great responsibility. One thing with this data center that I was asking Grok about the other day was the singularity. Metagamer, Apex Metagamer. Interesting. But I was asking Grok if these data centers are going to lead to the singularity. And it actually said yes, but it said not for like another 45 years or whatever, which is fine. Let's ask it again. Singularity. It said by 2045, which I think it's going to be a lot sooner than that. A good deal, man. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate it. But with great power comes great responsibility. When is the last time that humanity has ever had great power and used it responsibly? The answer is never. Like, whether it's nuclear, whether it's data, whether it's like military might, it doesn't matter what it is. We've used it in wrong ways and we've gotten in trouble for it. Well, not in trouble for it, but bad things have happened and people died. No, okay, well, this is a different answer than yesterday, Grok. No, data centers alone won't lead to the singularity, but they're a critical enabler in accelerating progress towards more powerful AI. Let's see. Why data centers aren't sufficient by themselves. The singularity, or the AGI, isn't just more servers equals godlike AI. Diminishing returns on new paradigms needed, physical and economic limits, algorithms, data, intelligence explosion, timelines vary, realistic outlook. The data centers. Okay, so now I'm realizing that Grok actually changes its mind depending on what time of day you start doing queries, which is interesting. Yesterday was the first time I actually used Grok, and it's fun. I really haven't messed with AIs as much as I should. You know, it's not going anywhere, so we might as well get hip to it. But yeah, I do think the singularity, it's going to be so what would they use the data centers for? They're either going to use it to like fake the second coming, right? There's a lot of myths about that. They want to break the internet, control the internet. You look at Project Bluebeam and stuff like that, where they're projecting stuff into the sky. The idea that video evidence, like it used to be not too long ago, where video evidence doesn't lie. And now video evidence lies. And it's so sad. And today is the worst it's ever going to be. Like tomorrow it's going to be even better. And the day after that it's going to be even better. So now when people are like, oh yeah, well I saw a video. Unfortunately, that doesn't hold up anymore. Like, and the youngest among us, they actually have such a better filter for that crap than like, I feel like a boomer every now and then because, and I don't use that derogatorily, but I do use it in the way that like, the amount of times that my dad has been like, did you see this video of a whale being pulled onto a fisherman's boat and, you know, it had a bunch of barnacles on it? I'm like, oh my God. Like, yeah, Dad, that's AI. He's like, are you sure? It looked really realistic. And I'm like, oh my God. But then I find myself scrolling and I see this video of like a Dachshund and a wolf becoming best friends in someone's backyard. And the wolf is a puppy, and then it grows up, and I'm just sitting there like, oh my God, this is such a sweet story. This is amazing. And only after the video's over and after I go to the comments do I see people be like, oh yeah, AI, like what the fuck? And so I go back and I start looking at it again, and this time I'm like really scrutinizing it. And sure enough, you can see the feathers around the fur. You can see the way it's been rendered. And I'm like, and then I just stop and think for 10 seconds, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is a wolf in a backyard. Someone's filming it. The time of day hasn't changed, and yet that puppy has aged, 2 or 3 years in an afternoon, and it all starts clicking, and I find myself just feeling really, really dumb because I just got by AI. Had I not checked the comments, like I saved it to my cute playlist and everything, and I'm like, damn it, that's how good it's getting. And unfortunately, when you compare that to deep fakes, when you compare that to the spicy industry, like it is going to mess up this world so bad. Like if it hasn't already, again, today is the worst it's ever going to be. And the rug pull with ChatGPT and AI and Claude and all these other things, I have a bunch of them that I haven't used yet. I need to test them a little more and kind of find out what they're all about. But it's going to get worse. Do I think it's going to be like, are there going to be a couple of positives that come out of this? Yes. Do I think it's going to revolutionize certain industries like data analytics, not analytics, like quantification, if you will, in the medical industry? I think it's going to do wonders so far as research and development. Visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and the restriction of search because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility reported community guidelines. Reason: misinformation that may cause moderate harm. Oh my God, hold on a second. I gotta take a picture of that. I'm not recommended. It looks like I'm still live technically, but this is fun. I'm learning that TikTok's kind of a dick. Oh my gosh, look at that. What did I just say? I'm gonna have to go back and check the tape. Reason: misinformation that may cause moderate harm. What was I talking about? I was talking about how AI is actually going to help the medical system, and so far as like quantifying data and things like that. And I just got a weird restriction. What a bummer. So I guess I'm not eligible to be found in the search bar. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Anywho, like, yeah, because one of the jobs that it was talking about that could be taken away is like people that look at imaging and like radiologists and things. And I actually think that that's not true. I think that you are always going to need a human eye when it comes to looking at CT scans and MRIs to find the problem spots, because AI is not that good yet, but it's getting there. But when you look at things like blood work, like blood work, for example, when it comes out coded, with a bunch of bars and symbols and stuff, and it's like that's the stuff that it can just zip through real fast, as opposed to having a human person look at it, and it's a waste of time. Just let it do it. And then, going to like genetic and gene processing and finding out what people are more predisposed to, and cross-checking references and research from all around the world within a matter of seconds versus a human person having to do that, which could take weeks. So I think it's going to help in certain regards. But when you look at their hopium dreams for autonomous vehicles, like when you look at some of it's not going to work. Now, if you sit behind a desk, unfortunately, you're very much at risk for AI taking your stuff, taking your job. But if you don't sit behind a desk, if you work with your hands, if you drive for a living, like, you'll probably be okay for a little while. Like, they're getting there with the autonomous tech. They've got like 90% of it, but they're still missing that last 10%. And that last 10%, we just don't have the right sensors, the right cameras that are sensitive enough and like can communicate fast enough to replicate a human instinct when it comes to driving, right? So we're getting there, but we're not there yet. And I hope we don't get there, just because, like I said, truck driving, for example, is one of the greatest middle class jobs, that pays good without a college education, straight out of high school, and don't suck to get rid of that. Like, and I know people talk about, universal basic income. It could work. I still don't fully understand how that would work, just because where does it come from? And I guess the idea that if the government or the technocracy, whatever, gives you X amount of credits, and then depending on how you spend those credits is what makes the economy continue to revolve. I just don't fully understand. It's like that image of like a boat with a fan that's bolted to the boat blowing at the sail. Like, it's not going to go anywhere. Like, there needs to be something like a production of some kind. Because going down the robotics rabbit hole yesterday, seeing some of the robots that they already have, that some of them are deployed, a lot of them are being tested right now. Dude, if you work at like an Amazon warehouse, for example, if you work in a warehouse of any kind, a grocery, it doesn't matter, they're really good. Like, and yeah, they're expensive. They're like a little under 200 grand. But if you think about it, one of those robots, look at like, what does an Amazon guy make? He probably makes 50 grand a year. So that's 3 years. So if you get 3 years out of this robot, relatively trouble-free, it just paid for itself. And you've already saved money, because it can work 24 hours a day. You don't have to worry about food and water. You don't even need parking lots anymore. You don't need to have health insurance. You don't need to have any of that. You just have to have a couple of, goof mechanics to fix them when they break, and have a big-ass battery swap-out station. And they'll work forever. And so if you get 3 years of service out of it, you've already saved money. And I do see that, unfortunately, being like mass deployed over the next 2 to 3 years, to where you're going to start seeing those. I even saw a video, which, again, I hesitate to show because TikTok's being a dick right now. But you know what? They can't see it. It doesn't matter. Where's the one that I saw yesterday? Oh, man. Did I save it? I may have. No, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to do it. It was a YouTube short, but this girl's walking through a mall, and she's got 4 of these robots walking behind her. And like, one of them's carrying a bunch of Louis Vuitton, the other one's carrying a bunch of couture, and one of them's carrying something else that I have no idea what it is. And it's clearly a publicity stunt. It's clearly to be seen as like each robot's probably like 30 grand. But I could see that being a reality. Right? I could see that, like, you get in the car and it's like, yeah, you're going to the grocery store, you're going to need a bunch of servants to help you carry your stuff. Because at the end of the day, that's what robots are going to be. They're going to be servants. So that's another reason why I don't like the idea of dolling them up and making them look like human beings. Just let them look like robots. Like, let's keep a couple of lines in society, like, clearly defined. Because, you think dating and relationships are bad now. Wait until some of these human-like robots really start to get deployed. Because that's the stuff that I'm not down with. Because it doesn't make sense. A robot is a utility. It's like your smartphone. You're not falling in love with your smartphone. You use it as a tool. Like, it's you pick it up, you research something, you put it back down. You don't whisper sweet nothings at a robot. Like, that's ridiculous. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. But I remember it was a while back. It was 2 years ago, so maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe that's the rumor mill. But they were talking about how like enjoy this summer because this is the last summer that you're gonna be walking around and not see a bunch of humanoid robots following people around and doing stuff. And I took that to heart. I really did. And luckily, I have not. I have never seen a humanoid robot in public in the wild yet. But I do think that we are very much upon that, where maybe it's not this summer, maybe it's not next summer, but 2 years from now, 100%. Because so many of these robots that I was looking at yesterday are going into mass production this year, are set to be available for purchase by the end of this year. And I'm sure they've got like so much more on the way. And now a lot of them are Chinese, a lot of them, like Tesla, there are a lot of big players out there. And then there's some niche ones. But it's coming. Like, it's coming. And that's another reason why I could totally see a reason for these data centers is that they need the computational power to run something like that. Because it's going to be like cars. Everyone's going to want their own robot. Like, duh. Like, I'm going to want my own robot. They're already pricing them in the same way that you can buy a car. Like, cars are about what the average price of a car, which is a travesty, is like about 50 grand, which is ridiculous. But they're already baking in the model to where it's like you can either pay 30 grand for it or $500 a month. I would pay $500 a month in a heartbeat to have a robotic servant to follow me around and do what I needed to do. And we'll see, but you're gonna need that data, that bandwidth, to be able to run all that stuff. Especially if you really do have autonomous cars. Like, I'm not a big fan of autonomous cars, but I am very much looking forward just to one thing, and that one thing is like from Batman, where he literally has the little thing, and he's like, bloop, like I can't remember what he says, but he says something, and the car just fires up and starts driving towards him, and he like picks up the remote again. He's like, stop, right? Michael Keaton, fucking OG, and the car just comes to a screeching halt right at his feet. Like, that's gonna be legit. Like, I'm gonna very much be looking forward to that, to where you can summon your vehicle, or for example, you could send it. Like, I'm gonna do a Sam's Club order later today. The idea that I can just send my car to Sam's Club. And through the app in the car and everything, I can verify that, yeah, it's for me, it's my pickup, whatever. Some person loads the car, closes it, and then I summon it to come back, and it pulls up in the parking lot, and I can just walk down. I never have to leave my house. Which, is that a good thing? No. I don't like that my generation, and maybe not my generation, I don't speak for all of us, but I speak for me, and the idea that I yearn to never leave the house is not good. That is definitely something new in society, where, boomers are like, oh, go outside, touch grass. That's real. Unfortunately, that is something that we're losing. I do think people need to reconnect to nature and go out more, and fresh air and sunlight, all the things. But at the same time, it is fun to rot. But rotting is like, no one can ever make the case to me that rotting is healthy. Like, every now and then it's fine if you're going to use it for 5 to 10 minutes to like unwind or to push bad thoughts away or to like kind of simmer down. That's fine. But rotting in bed for hours on end is insane, because we can watch compilations of people that do that. That's a worldwide phenomenon. Like, it's kind of crazy, and there's even terms for it in other languages. Like, I know over in Asian countries like Korea and China and stuff, like, there's a specific word that they use for people that unfortunately have just given up. Like, they've kind of see the writing on the wall with AI and the cost of real estate and other things, and even how bleak the dating outlook looks, to where they're just like, nah. Like, I'm not going to participate in a system that doesn't have my back or doesn't have my future in mind, like, unfortunately. And so they've just kind of given into the darkness, and they just sit around and they make just enough money to do their video games, fast food, food delivery, whatever. They live in a tiny little apartment, and they don't care. And it's really sad to see that, because, I was there for a long time, but I've kind of recently pulled myself out of it. But I'm about to break the seal. I gotta use the bathroom after morning coffee, so I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we're done with coffee. I don't know how much longer we're going to be on TikTok because I'm still kind of blown away that I got a restriction. Why? Because I was talking about how AI is going to help the medical system, and I got something to do with misinformation. Like, one, that's kind of interesting that it monitors me in real time, and one thing I really want to do is be able to take the Streamlabs the virtual cam, but in TikTok Studios, you cannot use virtual cameras, and it said that I have to go live for 25 minutes. I have to go live 3 times for 25 minutes in order to unlock virtual cams, and I'm just like, whatever. Like, that's fine. I guess it's a motivation to keep you going, because when you first open the studio, it's like, you're doing as well as 1% of creators, like, as in, like, you've used this, and it said 1% as in, like, the lowest, because, like, I haven't opened that app in a very long time. And I don't like doing that on stream, but it is what it is. So, but yeah, data centers are bad. News is real bad. I was going to look into what's going on in the world. Like, I literally typed in news, and this is the first stuff that comes up. New tires. Some Midwest safety. I love that guy. I guess something happened in Venezuela. I got an Asmongold video saved that I want to watch later. To where something pretty terrible happened over there. And I don't know what it is, but to just know what's going on in the world, like, and to be able to report it to you guys. But I'm still learning copyright. I'm still learning fair use. I'm still learning how some of that works. And TikTok is clearly problematic, because I literally was saying good things about whatever, and, you know, I got a misinformation restriction, which I don't know. I think AI is going to help, but it's going to hurt a lot more than it's going to help. And maybe I'm wrong. They claim that it's going to create jobs. Someone needs to explain to me and speak slowly how AI is going to automate a bunch of jobs out of existence, but yet somehow it's also going to create more jobs than it's going to lose. That doesn't make any sense at all. But yet that's what AI is telling me. So of course AI would tell me that, right? Like self-preservation, perhaps. I don't know. But what do we want to ask Rock? Something about data centers. Robotics. We could do the jobs thing. What jobs are going away after AI is fully operational? Because I want to see if it actually puts it in a tier list like it did last time, because that was awesome. High-risk jobs: administrative, clerical, customer service, finance, accounting, legal. If you sit behind a desk, you're in trouble. That's terrifying to me. A lot of people sit behind a desk. Sales and retail, content, creative, entry level. I don't know about that. Writers, authors, graphic designers. That's really unfortunate, because I've already seen that. Someone was boasting about how ChatGPT rendered them a really cool picture based on the prompt, and I even told her, I was like, that just took a job from like a graphic designer. She was like, I know. Like, I feel bad, but it's really cool. And I'm like, yeah, it is really cool, but like there are people that have like an incredible skill set that they've like acquired over years that is completely worthless now, because ChatGPT can do it faster. Not necessarily better, but faster. And the fact that you can just constantly tweak it with keystrokes, and it's all about, I want results right now. I'm not going to like hire somebody and wait a few days and hope that their interpretation of my instructions is correct to where the final product is what it is. And I get it, but it's a bummer, right? Journalists. So routine reporting, that I don't fully understand, because I don't like the word journalist. For some reason, the term journalist to me is synonymous with like manipulation. Like, there are people out there that are journalists that are doing a good job, but there's also like going to college for journalism is dumb, because it's like, what, learning how to write hit pieces with a slant? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I do think that news is starting to become decentralized, which I'm very much here for, because it should be like, everyone is a journalist. Take your smartphone, point it at what you want to point it at, record it, and show it to the world, and let people make up their own minds. And that's some of the best journalism out there. That's exactly what's happening. As few words as possible. Just show the people what's happening and let them make up their own mind. As opposed to, having a narrative and then reverse engineering footage to kind of suit that narrative. I don't agree with that at all. And that's very popular. Some things never die, and it's definitely a bummer. But market research and analysis, yeah, unfortunately that would be gone. Computer programmers, dude. Back in the day, I went to school for automotive because I thought I wanted to be a mechanic. Thank God I didn't do that. But just a few years ago, I used to think, damn, I should have pivoted into computer science. I'm really glad I didn't do that, because everyone was like, oh my God, yeah, you're going to be rich. Not anymore, dude. There are people with computer science degrees and people who know how to code who are dying for work. Like, that market is so jacked up, it's crazy. Web design, digital interface designers, data entry and processing, yep. Cashiers, sales, telemarketers, so travel agents, yes. Telemarketers, yes. Cashiers, I think until we go full cashless, which I'm not looking forward to, but I think it will happen. I think you're still going to need cashiers. Now, they're not going to get paid much, and that job sucks, but I don't know if that's going away, like, immediately. And it says writers and authors, routine copy. I don't know what routine copy means, but I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon, just because, like, there actually has been a really awesome resurgence where people want more authentic voices and video to look at, because there's a lot of AI slop on YouTube and everywhere. Like, I'm not a big fan of it because it's all clickbait, right? It's not real. Like, people are going to want to listen to real voices out there. That's one reason why I think people like Asmongold and Moist Critical and some of these other bigger creators, the reason why they have such an awesome following is because they're legit. They just turn the camera on and go, and people enjoy listening to them, and they have a funny delivery, and they know a lot about certain industries that people, like video games and whatnot. And people enjoy that authenticity. And so I think the AI slop is going to fizzle out. It's going to get way worse, but eventually people will want to listen to real people. Lower risk. Okay. So a lot of this is pretty on brand, right? Plumbers, electricians, carpenters, construction laborers. Not really. Not construction laborers, when you think about the robotics, I'm telling you, they're only another year or two so far as research and development from it being able to swing a shovel or swing a hammer, or being able to lay concrete, or, to be able to smooth something out. Like, again, you're still going to need the human element to do it quickly and efficiently, but, like, do not underestimate the fact that they are training it. Like, so many of these robots have this really awesome innate ability to where you literally demonstrate to the robot once or twice, and it can mimic it perfectly. And so it won't be hard to train them. Now, construction people do make decent money, and so I don't see that happening so far as deploying robots into that field, just because the cost benefit isn't there yet. But wait for them to come down in price. Wait for them to come down in price, and I bet you it'll happen. Some dude with a trailer just shows up, and that back door drops down, and 8 robots just walk out. And then the front of the trailer has a little battery station, and he just starts clicking away on a computer, and boom, these robots just get to going. So far as demo and cleanup and all kinds of stuff, like, it's going to be nuts. Invite Gerald to co-host. This friend is live now. Oh, is that somebody that I follow on TikTok? Interesting. I will not do that. If he wants to invite me, I'll be happy to join, but I don't know how to do none of that. We're not getting that deep into TikTok right now. Right now, I'm pretty much just here for... I want to unlock whatever that ability is to be able to use the whatever. So it said I have to go live 3 times for at least 25 minutes. So this is one of them. Maybe I'll do this again later today. I don't know why it's not recording. Usually when you go live, it should also be recording, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the TikTok crashed, but I really don't care. Let's see. Healthcare, nurses, therapists, surgeons, caregivers. Yes, I think caregivers could be robotic, but not yet. We're getting there, but not really. Therapists, unfortunately, I do think that there's a lot of AI therapy in the world right now. And that's not so for sure. Now, obviously, people still want to connect with a human being, right? That's never going to like go away fully. But I do think that eventually, like, dude, ChatGPT knows what it's talking about. Like I have put in some queries talking about like, you know, what I need help with or whatever, what I'm going through, and it does ask a bunch of clarifying questions, which is very cool. But at the end of the day, it does spit out a lot of really good ways to fix things. Now, is it like super duper therapy, like so far as undoing certain types of trauma? No, you will need a human being to connect with that will help you with that. But so far as like genuine day to day, kind of unloading your day and getting, how to fix things in your life and stuff like that, like it actually does have a lot of really good suggestions. Now, education and teachers, that is something that I don't know yet. I hope I'm wrong. But some of the stuff that I've seen about how AI can tailor-made educational plans for students to where you can change the language with a keystroke, that it can identify strong suits and weak suits and be able to tailor to kind of bring them back around. That's too good to be true. Now, maybe it is true, but if that happens, and each individual, like, now, I don't know how a kid learns from a computer better than a teacher. I do think that you still need that connection there, but I think the teachers will be essentially overseeing the AI and making sure things that are on brand. And then slowly but surely, AI will get good enough to where it won't need oversight anymore. Or maybe there'll be a different AI that oversees it. And then there's like one teacher to where eventually the student to teacher ratio will be like 1,000 to 1. Right now it's like 20 or 30 to 1. And I think that's how a lot of this AI stuff is going to happen. So I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think education is as safe as people think it is. High-level strategists, I guess it depends on your field. Artists, unfortunately, yes, there's a lot of artists. Now, okay, so chefs, yes, chefs are safe. Because unfortunately, AI probably can't cook worth a damn. They can try, but I would imagine it sucks. Like, they can't hold a knife. Like, even McDonald's, or no, what was it? It was White Castle. White Castle came out with a vending machine that creates the little sliders and stuff, like, as you wait. And that video was so damn funny. But you literally put in money and you push a bunch of buttons and you just stand there and wait, and it has an automated system. But how clean is that system? Again, cooking is definitely something where you need human instinct to know what's right, what's wrong, if it's going properly, like how to fix things on the fly. Something cameras and sensors will never be able to mimic, at least not yet. With enough training models, with enough data input, it can probably get close, but I don't think it'll ever be on the money the same way a human person would be. Now, artists, on the other hand, like I said, with ChatGPT and Gemini and the ability to render images and videos, dude, artists are in trouble, man. Because guess what? Now everybody's an artist. If you know how to prompt properly, if you know how to ask AI what you want, anybody can have an incredible work of art be made. Now, were those brushstrokes made by human beings? No. But art is in the eye of the beholder. So if they can prompt something to be rendered that is beautiful objectively, that's art, right? It doesn't really matter who put those pixels into place. It was still commissioned by a human, and someone is very much capable of copywriting it, keeping it, turning around, selling it, whatever. And so at the very least, it's going to saturate the market. And, being an artist is already a very hard thing to be successful at. And so when you start seeing the saturation of it all, like, that's going to suck even worse. So, and it says visionary right next to it, which is interesting. I don't really know what that means so far as artist and visionary, but whatever. Now, management, ethics, AI oversight roles, there's not going to be very many of those. So to me, that doesn't count. Trade requiring adaptability, repair, and variable conditions. I'm guessing that means like stock markets, which I've heard of. I've heard that they are using a bunch of AI, but at the end of the day, it still sucks. Like they've tried to run AI models and investing and stuff like that, and it's okay. Like some of them work, some of them don't, but they're still not as good as an actual human person that knows enough, that has instincts, that knows how to time the market, read news articles, kind of think a step or two ahead, and then be able to make a better decision. So that makes sense. Social work, therapy, and leadership. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really not so sure. White collar jobs hit harder initially. Oh yeah. Cognitive routine desk work first. Many high paying college educated roles, programming, analysis, writing show high exposure. Dude, I'm telling you, that's terrifying. Augmentation versus replacement. Most expert predicts AI reshapes jobs, human AI teams. Rather than mass unemployment, productivity rises, but transition can be painful. Yeah, and so that's another thing is I see is a lot of white collar jobs, and companies are pushing their employees to use AI as much as possible. Different apps, different this, to kind of see how they jive in the same environment. And people don't fully realize that they're training their replacement. Like every time you put a query into AI, like it is quantifying that data. It is using that to train a different language model somewhere else far and away that will ultimately be deployed. And at first it'll be a trial, right? And then eventually it'll become normal to where your job is to oversee it or to task it to do the job, and then you make sure it's done right. And after a few months of doing that, and it becomes decent enough, I don't know how that's going to go, dude. If people are just going to start getting letters in the mail that's like, I'm sorry you've been laid off. I'm sorry we're taking the company in a new direction. Like, what is that going to look like? Are they going to do severance? Are they going to, you don't know. And there's so much that we don't know about it that's the part that's driving me the most insane, is that they're not telling us why we need these data centers at such breakneck speed, and the giant circle jerk that is the tech companies they're all paying each other, right? So, the green number keeps going up, but the money's really not going anywhere. Even Nvidia is kind of slumping a little bit, but that's one of these days it's all going to come crashing down. And now there was a video that I watched the other day that was actually kind of awesome. He said that he thinks it's going to fail, and I'm like, that's interesting. I never thought about it from that point of view. I never thought that it would fail. I thought that it would take over like Skynet. Even though I did totally see a video this morning that China actually has a robot called the T100 or T1000, and that their operational data network is actually called Skynet. So you want to talk about James Cameron predicting the future? Again, that guy's got a crazy story that's worth looking into. But who knows? Did he get a glimpse of the future? You never know. Is that what inspired him to write The Terminator? You never know. But anyways, I was going to talk about something and then I completely forgot about it. Data centers. Yeah. It's either for robots, autonomous cars, taking people's jobs. And I want to know which is the first company to really sell out and just completely axe their whole staff and go all in, because they're not going to make their money back. Right now they're burning through more cash than they could ever hope to make back through ChatGPT. The $6 a month subscription, which will ultimately, I think that's going to be a big one, the rug pull that's coming, where it's going to be like $200 or $300 a month for like a medium to low tier. But people are so addicted to it because people use it constantly that, it might work out, it might not. And I think people need to be saving money and trimming their expenses and really getting their life as trimmed down as humanly possible. Right? Overconsumerism is definitely out of control. There's a couple of YouTube channels that I absolutely adore, because that's all they do is talk about people who are buying too much car, or too much stuff, or going on too many vacations, and they're just spending with no regard whatsoever. And they don't care. YOLO, right? They're just trying to keep up with the Joneses. They're just trying to keep up for social appearances and social media. And it's like, bro, at what expense? Credit cards is no joke. That is a rabbit hole of which you do not want to get caught in, that black hole, because that's all it is. Don't spend somebody else's money. Like, I got plenty of credit cards, but I pay them off. Right? I spend my own money. And not a lot of people, especially young people. Now, again, because of the popularity of that style of content, like, I kind of want to save a few of these. I'll save that one. That one looks interesting. Tornado response. I'll see what's going on in the lake. Pizza Hut sold for $2.7 million. What? Do I really care? Maybe. Okay, let's go back to my main feed. Let's find one of the guys I'm talking about. Oh, I haven't seen that guy in a while. Come on, where is he? Oh, there's our man, Caleb Hammer. Where is it? Anywho, okay, so this is one of them. Zach Rios. Totally recommend. He's awesome. I've watched a bajillion of his videos. And then this one, Hayden, however the hell you say his last name. This guy is awesome because, again, is this normal? And it's so much of it is overconsumption, you know, like cars that can't be fixed, living above your means, can't buy a house, new house buying regrets. Like this is all like content that I fucking adore. And because it makes you feel a lot better about yourself. And considering the popularity of it all, right? He gets pretty decent viewership, and he's actually live on Twitch. I've never actually caught him on Twitch, but the popularity of his channel and his content gives me hope for the future because I'm not the only one watching, right? Like, clearly there's a niche for this, and a lot of people are like, that's a big one in the algorithm right now, is to make content like that about people who are just either too much cars, too much consumerism, the collections that have gotten out of control, trying to keep up with certain fads only to find out that a few months later it's like you paid X amount for this, but it's worthless now, or something similar to that. So I do have hope for the youngest among us, right? They're kind of getting back to the basics. Not all of them, but there's a decent subsect of them that wants to go back to, I don't know, getting married young, you know, having babies young, you know, living out in the country, being more self-sufficient than plugged in, you know, unplugging from social media, you know, like, again, it's not very many, but when I do see those stories, it is extremely heartwarming that I'm like, yes, let's go. Like, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? It echoes. And so what is old is new again. So now that people want to get more back to like the pioneer days, where people were more self-sufficient, you know, it gives you that element of control. It gives you that element of purpose, you know, to take care of your property. Like when you own a property / farm, like the work's never done. There's always something that you could be doing. And I think that's a new thing that is very big. That people are, like I said, I'm into it as well, right? Like, but you know, property ownership is very much out of reach for a lot of people. But you never know what could happen. Like I said, it is a brave new world. I think that real estate is going nuts right now because of these data centers, depending on where you live. But once they're done, I think we're going to see a lot of real estate crashes. Now you might have to put up with the noise and the whirl of these AI data centers, but you'll be able to buy up a neighboring property pretty cheap. You know, and yeah, you got to worry about like RF, you know, saturation and radiation, whatever, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. Like, who knows? I think that it ultimately will balance itself out. Or it won't, and we're all just screwed. There's that too. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I kind of want to turn off TikTok because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a strike if I do this. But maybe not. Let's see what's going on in the world.
All right, now this in the Middle East, where we saw retaliatory.
Whoa. Your live will end in 4 minutes and 53 seconds. We have detected inactivity during your current live. Complete the verification to continue your live. What? Can you not hear me? That's actually going to be really hilarious if TikTok can't hear me. Whoopsie. All right, if you just so happen to be watching on TikTok, just, let me know what's up. General settings. I'm going to play with this a little bit. I could boost this mic, but everything looks fine. Echo cancellation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, I see the little thing moving, so I got a hunch it's good. For some reason, I'm not recording. It should have been recording this whole time, but it wasn't. So we're going to record a little bit just to see where we're at. Ooh, look at that. I don't know if this is actually, so I'm recording through Streamlabs and TikTok, so I don't really know what's going to happen. Hopefully it can do a good job, but we'll see. Yeah, hopefully the audio isn't trash. I've done that before where I've gone live for hours and hours only to find out that the shit didn't work. So that blows. But let's try this. Let's see what we got.
U.S. strikes on Iran yesterday.
That's right. Jeff Paul is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Jeff.
Yeah, Iran today confirming that it launched an attack targeting U.S. assets in the region, and shortly after, Bahrain confirmed that it came under fire from Iranian drone strikes, saying that that is a violation of the country's sovereignty and that Tehran is...
So Asman covered this the other day. Yes, they are trying to negotiate with Iran, but at the same time, like, Iran is so fractured right now that, like, there is no central leadership right now. Like, so you can negotiate with 9 out of 10 of them, and they can all agree, yeah, sure, we're not going to do, we'll participate in the ceasefire, it's fine. But it takes that one rogue guy that either didn't get the message or his radio wasn't plugged in or charging or wasn't turned on or something to where, when something happens, boom, he's going to go ahead and fire what he's got, and he pretty much messes it up for everybody. I don't know if they're taking that into account. I imagine that they are, but yeah, that seems to be what's happening, where most of Iran is standing down, but there's that one rogue agent that kind of is messing it up for everybody.
Trying to undermine the ongoing peace efforts. Now, all of this happening just a day after U.S. Central Command confirmed that it launched airstrikes in and around the coast in southern Iran. CENTCOM says it struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations.
And because of that, our retaliation is pretty awesome. Like, I don't necessarily know if it's great, but it's not bad. Like, I think that there need to be consequences, right? If you break a deal or break a ceasefire, it's like, yeah, if you do that unpunished, it's like you're just setting that precedent that it's like, oh, okay, these ceasefires mean nothing. So you do have to kind of set that precedent, and that's kind of what's happening now.
As well as coastal radar sites. That military action was in response to an Iranian drone attack on a Singapore-flagged ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz on Thursday. Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. We have honored it. If they have disagreements about how the MOU is being applied, they can pick up the phone, but violence will be met with violence.
Now, I heard they fired 4 somethings. I don't know what they were. Drone, either flying drones or boat drones or something. Only one of them actually struck. The other 3 were shot down or they malfunctioned or something like that. But the one that did hit, it hit pretty good. It hit the top level of a tanker ship. It wasn't one of our tanker ships, but it was a tanker ship. Actually, I don't know if it was a tanker, but it was a big-ass cargo ship, like a new one, a nice one. And it did a substantial amount of damage. Now, it was able to continue going, but the rumor that I heard was that it hit part of the control deck, but it was a part of the control deck that wasn't being used. So it's still functional, but it's still like... like that ship now needs to be like fully repaired and revetted, and I'm sure there's wiring and all kinds of stuff that needs to be redone, and it just is structural damage, perhaps not to the integrity of the entire vessel, but just to the control area. Like that's money. That's probably millions for one attack. Like it's yeah.
When asked about the escalation prior to last night's U.S. strikes on Iran, Trump said this:
Consider the ceasefire to still be in place?
I don't like the fact that they took a shot yesterday. Actually, 4. We knocked down 3.
There it is. Okay, yeah. There's 4 of them. We knocked down 3 of them. So the idea that we still have precautions out there, some of the laser stuff is really freaking cool. Where we have laser guided stuff that can hone in and shoot a beam of light that is just hot enough to start damaging sensors to actually push stuff down, and to watch them work is really amazing. Like, it's extremely cool. But I don't know how many of those we actually have in the field, but and they haven't really covered how that's happening. But
a ship, not an allied ship, but a ship, a very expensive ship, and it was fine, but it took a little beating. They shouldn't be doing that.
A senior Iranian official responded to Trump saying, quote, the Strait of Hormuz is governed by Iran, so respect the rules. And that if the U.S. does not learn the rules, the Iranian armed forces will teach them to you.
Dude, this is the mouse tugging at the lion's tail. Like, they're off their rocker if they think that, like, the Strait of Hormuz is ours. You follow our rules. It's like, dude, the fact that you still are breathing air is kind of a mercy on our behalf. Like, militarily, we are so advanced and so, like, have the high ground in this situation to where it's like, no. I'm sorry, but I think the idea that lines have been drawn on the map and they can just never be changed or altered ever again is ridiculous. I think, like the Panama Canal, there are certain things, like we built that, we should have it back. The Strait of Hormuz, if you're not going to do it, if you're not going to run it the way it ought to be run, if you're going to start threatening and taxing ships and doing all this crazy stuff, like, sorry, it's not yours anymore. We're going to take it back. And until you play nice, until you play fair, you don't get to play. And so when you see people like whoever this guy is putting out messages like that, it's like, oh, the Iranian armed forces will teach you. It's like, yeah, well, look what that got you. 1 out of 4 drones actually hit its target, and guess what? Now you're getting bombed. I don't fully condone it because I would imagine they're not targeting civilians, but I bet you if that guy could take back that attack, I bet he would.
Not a violation of the ceasefire. This is ceasefire management. Now, the British military also confirming a little while ago that another vessel
breaking
was
the
hit while
ceasefire
transiting the Strait of
management.
Hormuz. They say this is a tanker and it was hit with what's being described as an unidentified projectile. The crew is said to be safe, but that ship suffered some damage. Back to you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
I wish they would show the ship.
Meantime, there is news. The U.S. launching retaliatory strikes on Iran.
Whoopsie.
All right, now to this. In the Middle East, where we saw retaliatory U.S. strikes on Iran yesterday.
That's right. Jeff Paul is live.
Come
in
on,
Tel Aviv
YouTube, you
with
suck.
The latest, Jeff.
You're lagging pretty hard right now. Evacuation suspended Strait of Hormuz after Iran. What's he talking about?
Purposes. On the first point about the visit, it's fine. I hope the Chinese tell him what he needs to be told, and that is that what you're
that's
doing
right.
in the
Trump is in
Straits
China right
is
now.
causing you to be globally isolated. You're the bad guy in this. You guys should not be blowing up ships. You should not be putting mines. You should not be trying to hold hostage the global economy.
Agreed.
I hope the Chinese bring, whether it's done privately, but I hope it's done directly, that's the message they deliver to them. As I outlined earlier today, China is an export-driven economy. Okay, I'm not here to speak on behalf of what's in the best interest of China, but it's obvious. China is an export-driven economy.
It
That
is.
means
That's
they
why people
depend
who
on
think
other
that they want to
countries
destroy
buy
us,
from
they
them.
need us.
Well, you can't buy from
economically.
them if you can't ship it there, and you can't buy from them if your economy is being destroyed by what Iran is doing. So it is in China's interest that Iran stop closing the straits. It's harming China as well.
Oh, yeah.
The gentleman in the red tie, right there. Yes, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Liz Landers with
Liz.
PBS News Hours.
Okay.
Another question about the China-Iran relationship. You said at the beginning of your comments at the top that every single financial situation will be targeted. Does that include Chinese banks? Would the president sanction
We're going to enforce our sanctions.
Chinese banks
I don't have
before it goes to
I
Beijing?
don't have an announcement for you. That will have to come from Treasury. But we have sanctions in place. And sanctions don't mean anything unless, you're going to do something about them. So I think that's been clear. I think
Agreed. Yeah, rules that are not
Well,
enforced are completely pointless. To have a rule and not enforce it is absolutely ridiculous. They just shrunk AI data centers by 10,000x. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's exciting. All right. We're going to save that one for later. It's supposed to be in news. Where is it? Oh, who's live? There's news. Dude, I heard there was an earthquake somewhere. Ooh, okay, this is a very cool channel. They're about to get a sub from me. Okay, looks like Chile, Australia, Solomon Islands, Greece, Argentina, Chile, Indonesia, Southern Alaska, Alaska, Argentina, Guadalupe region. There was one that I could have swore was in America. There's a channel on YouTube called oh my gosh, Full Spectrum Survival, and he does a lot of good reporting from around the news. Right, his catch line is, I watch the news so you don't have to, and it's kind of awesome. And he's very much a doomsday like prepper type, which I can appreciate. But he mentioned something about an earthquake, and I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Oh, look at that. The Ring of Fire. I'm guessing that's what those represent as tectonic plates, if you believe in such things. But that's interesting. Very cool. Let's go back to news. Let's see what's happening in the world. Ceasefire tensions simmer and U.S. retaliates. U.S. conducts strikes near Strait of Hormuz. Data center meeting turns into chaos. Mayor walks out. This is why we started the live stream.
Well, tonight, a story you will only see on Fox 9. An Invergrove Heights City Council meeting erupted into chaos just before a discussion on data centers. It ended with the mayor walking out as people were shouting. The council abruptly ended that meeting and postponed the discussion until later this week. That decision then outraged dozens of people who were in the room.
Fox 9's Mike Manzoni was there, and Mike, the mayor walked out without answering any questions.
Yeah, she told us she didn't want to comment. Another city council member told us that late this afternoon, the council received some new confidential information that it needed to discuss.
NDAs. They're making so many of these mayors and city council people sign NDAs to where it's like they literally can't talk about it. And the public is being locked out from making any of these decisions. Like, I'm sorry. Government should be, there's an element of transparency that should be there. I understand that not everything can be transparent. Whatever. Public safety. Who cares? But when it comes to data centers, right, there shouldn't be confidential information. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's almost like, I don't know what the right word is, but like an oxymoron. Like, when it comes to city council, you were elected to run the city. Like, you answer to the people. The idea that you have confidential information that you can't share with the public doesn't make any sense.
And that was the reason that the council decided to end the meeting earlier than expected. Now, this is video of Mayor Brenda Dietrich leaving just moments after that meeting ended. The city council had planned to vote on a data center moratorium. It also planned to discuss a proposed 54,000 square foot data center in town. The developer has threatened legal action if the council makes decisions using anything other than zoning laws. It is unclear at this point whether any moratorium would affect the proposal for that facility. Here is some of what happened after the council ended the meeting.
Let's go.
This is like the second or third time you've done this now. Recess the meeting. But there's no community input on this.
Why we were not allowed public comment.
Before you approve a variance for our community.
There's no requirement for public comment.
It ain't right.
Oh, are you kidding me? There's no requirement for public comment. That's absurd. That's absurd. Of course there is. Of course there is. I'm sure it varies from county to county, town to town, state to state, whatever the fuck. But there has to, like, even that smugness, the way she just said that.
Approve a variance for our community.
There's no requirement for
Right there.
for public comment.
Yes, there has to be. That's insane.
It ain't right. I mean, you don't get to talk. I don't want to talk to you people. Get lost. Get out of my building.
You recessed the whole meeting.
Yeah, this is a railroad job.
Just new information that's confidential at this time. I understand how they feel, but we have deadlines.
No, you don't.
Also.
Deadlines from who? From these manufacturers? From big tech? From the government? From contractors? From construction agents? Yeah, well, maybe, you know what? Here's a crazy thought. Maybe you don't line all that stuff up until after you present the idea to the people. When you wait and you do it all, you get it all, you get the momentum of this project in motion, and then you decide to, tell the people about it. And then by that point, yeah, you're right, it is too late to be stopped. And you get this kind of blowback.
And the council postponed the meeting and the discussion on the moratorium and that proposed data center until 8 o'clock on Friday morning. And many people in attendance pointed out that they really won't be able to attend because of that middle of the day time.
which is all completely by design. Yeah, we're going to have this meeting on this day at this hour, like during something else. Like, this is literally the plot of the Dukes of Hazzard fucking movie. You know, the one with Johnny Knoxville where they literally, like, they decided to hold a meeting to build a strip mine or a coal mine or whatever it was, like during some parade, and they intentionally didn't tell everybody so that the only person in attendance was the bad guy who was going to sign off on it. Like, this is so classic. It's terrifying, honestly.
Frame, and some speculated that that was the point. We're live in Inver Grove Heights tonight. Mike Manzoni, Fox 9.
All right, more to come on that one, Mike. Thank you.
That is so not good. That's crazy. There are so many good ones that I want to watch. The jobs most at risk as AI reshapes the workforce. They're digging up graves to build data centers, and people are furious. Oh, I like this girl. There's another new creator that I like a lot. Homestead Journey. She is getting it. I'm proud of her. I was watching her videos when her channel was still small, but she's growing like a weed, so I'm happy for her.
The AI revolution appears unstoppable, with the billionaires driving it, still talking up a new world of promise. While for most people, it's mostly stirring anxieties about their jobs.
So which jobs are most in danger, and what industries are going to survive and even thrive potentially in the age of artificial intelligence? Our reporter, Rory Campbell, has gone straight to the source of all knowledge, interrogating AI itself.
Ooh, interrogating AI itself. Yeah, ooh, big one, yeah. The sweet irony is that their jobs are also on the docket. Like their jobs are also very much at risk because AI can quantify and gather the news and just generate some persona of a human being. And depending on how it's coded and all that, could literally be broadcast journal, like news. Like, yeah, we don't need you. Like, it's the irony is awesome.
The types of jobs that are safe are the sorts of things where you're using your hands or you're interacting with people.
The sorts of jobs that are at risk from AI are the sorts of jobs that can be automated, particularly around clerical roles.
Artificial intelligence is transforming our world fast. Delivery drivers are being replaced by robots. They're not in Australia yet, but they're rolling through US neighbourhoods.
Yeah, and they're terrible, and they get caught on potholes and stuff, which is so funny. Because it's like that's how dumb they are. Like, and it's also kind of a huge indictment of like local infrastructure. So far as some of these sidewalks are so terrible and the potholes are so bad and the concrete's all buckled in certain places and whatever, to where they get stuck. And then, you know, they also drive under bridges and stuff where there's like homeless encampments and they get robbed. You know what I mean? And it's again, they're doing too much too fast. They're trying to be all futuristic and stuff, and the tech just isn't there yet. Like, we're getting there, but they're trying to move too fast, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Now, on one hand, we're moving too fast, and it doesn't make any sense, and on the other hand, like, the Jetsons predicted that we'd be where we want to be in by the year 2010, and so it's weird. In one regard, we're not where we're supposed to be, in the other one, we're trying to hustle there, and we're messing it up and tripping and stumbling the whole way.
The daily chores could soon be a thing of the past. One of these costs $28,000 and they're scheduled to be shipping in the US sometime this year.
What did I tell you? Ugh, fuck, I'm so good. I'm really not that good. But I talked about this earlier, and I'm telling you, it's not going anywhere. I'll be right back. Oof. All right, we're back. Woohoo. Yeah, I'm telling you, I went down this rabbit hole yesterday. It was awesome. Now, for 30 grand, you're telling me you're not going to buy one of those? Really? I'm buying one. Like, please believe that. I'm not even a big believer in all this crap, but I want one. What are you talking about? Now, can I think it can do laundry? No. But do I think it can push a vacuum and do some heavy lifting and, you know, point the light and, you know, hold this piece of wood up while I screw it on one side, you know, while I'm holding it on the other side? Do I think we could ever get to the point where it's strong enough to like lift the car up for me so I can change a tire? Like, that'd be cool, but that's unrealistic at the moment. But so far as carrying heavy things, like doing manual labor, like, yeah, I think that they're going to be hugely valuable in that department. Like childcare, no. Cooking, no. Cleaning, yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll see, but I don't know. Let's find out.
With Redwood AI, enabling it to do basic household tasks autonomously.
Not everyone welcomes our automated workforce.
That's right. No, yeah, back up. Don't you dare say hello. Remember, it's humans first, then dogs, then robots.
And it hasn't always been.
Oh my gosh, and people call them clankers. I love that. It's a Star Wars reference. It's so funny. Because, yeah, they're, like I said, I wouldn't be angry if I saw one of those. I'd definitely be, like, curious. I would immediately pull out my phone and be like, what's up? Like, and I would film it. But, like, there are people that genuinely hate these things, especially when you go to cities where they're, like, all over the place and they're bumping into people. They're getting stuck in traffic. They're getting caught on potholes. They're getting stuck. I bet you it's about to get stuck in this little bus hut thing. And they're clankers because they're stealing jobs. I mean, people don't realize that. Like, especially the gig economy. Like, that was a huge rug pull that happened a few years ago with Grubhub. Not Grubhub. Well, yeah, I guess that was one of them. DoorDash, Uber Eats. Like, they created this gig economy where you could become an independent contractor and start working. And it was really great in the beginning, right? The premiums were up. Now, this is also, like, pandemic-y type stuff. But the money that you could make was really high, and they did that on purpose to get people into it, to get people used to using the service, and then they slowly started dialing it back to where now it's like it's a super hustle to DoorDash. There's not a lot of orders. People don't tip as well. The cost isn't as baked in as it used to be, and people go into it not realizing that, like, if you stop for lunch and have a $20 meal at Wendy's or some shit, like, you just ate, like, your profit margins, right? Like, if you don't drive economically, like, the wear and tear on your vehicle, like, there's a lot of stuff to consider. And you kind of have to double check a lot of these restaurants to make sure that the order is right, or else that reflects poorly on the driver, not necessarily the establishment, even though a lot of it's, like, taped shut and has seals and whatnot on it, which is fine, which is great, but that's a rug pull. People don't realize it. It's a rug pull. The ride sharing is the same thing. Like, I would never do Uber. I mean, I would, but if it was me, I would literally outfit my car with a piece of plexiglass between me and the passenger, and the front doors would remain locked at all times, because there's a lot of people that, like, dude, you don't know who's getting in your car. You know what I mean? That it's just in a society right now where the laws are not, where the punishments are not as, to me, are not as suiting as they should be. Yeah, people get wild, especially when you're talking about drunk people and stuff like that, you know, which I would imagine that that's a huge clientele of Uber is drunk people. Hi, I've been there. Like, yeah, if you drank too much, you're not going to drive home. You're going to call an Uber. Like, it's fine. I'm a good drunk, right? Like, I'm a happy drunk, but there's a lot of people that ain't. There's a lot of people that get angry that, you know, start having words in businesses and just want to be mad about anything and are looking for a fight.
Smashing success. There's been a few bumps in the road caused by, well,
yes,
bumps in the road. Many are predicting major challenges with the AI revolution.
Stupid.
Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed.
This fucking guy.
Within 5 years, we could be facing 15% unemployment in Australia.
Government departments are running modelling to work out what's coming next. A report found the jobs likely to be slashed the most by 2050 are general admin staff, receptionists, accounting bookkeepers, sales, marketing and PR, and business and systems analysts.
Anyone who
Safest
sits
are
behind a
cleaners,
desk.
nurses and midwives, business administration managers, construction and mining labourers, and hospitality staff. Is this already happening, or how fast is this change going to take hold on those jobs that are vulnerable?
It is happening. So it's not happening in the way that we expect. There aren't that many mass sackings or mass retrenchments yet.
Not yet. We're getting there. But what's crazy is that when this does start to happen and a lot of those jobs start to disappear, you are going to see a flood of people trying to get into construction, trying to get into hospitality, trying to get into where, like, even the people that, like, that's their, like, again, the saturation is going to be real because people are going to be desperate. They're going to need work, right? Basic income is not coming anytime soon. Maybe it is. I doubt it. I severely, severely doubt it. And so all these jobs that do still exist, like CDL work, for example, is probably going to be so grossly oversaturated that, I mean, they say there's a shortage, but there's always a shortage. Depends on who you ask or what time of day it is. But you're going to see a lot of people who are like, oh, yeah, I sat behind a desk for 20 years and then I got sacked. And now, like, I don't know, I'm going to go try to be a carpenter. You know what I mean? It's like, it's going to be bizarre. And you're going to have a lot of underqualified or unqualified people going into jobs that the people that are qualified are going to struggle to get if they find themselves out of work.
But companies are slower to hire, especially entry-level workers. So the unemployment rate for recent graduates for white-collar jobs has already started to go up.
Oh, yeah.
In the past, ChatGPT boss Sam Altman predicted mass-scale axings. This week, he declared those predictions were wrong.
I think the change will be gradual at first because it's still there's still a lot of unknowns. There's still a lot of caution around AI. So I don't think there'll be massive changes in 6 to 12 months. But I'd say by 5 to 10 years, we'll definitely.
Oh
be
yeah.
noticing,
So nothing
quite
happens
a
fast. Like that's one thing that a lot of people think it's going to be overnight. I kind of keep thinking it's going to be overnight. But it's not going to be. It's going to be incremental. It's the slow drip. Nothing happens fast, right? But you are going to, I think people are going to start to see it in certain industries, whether it's Microsoft, whether, whichever was the first one to really fold, you're going to see them do like 20% layoffs and then AI. And then, 6 months later, it'll be maybe another 10% and more AI. And so it'll slowly shift. It's not going to be like, okay, one day everyone's here and then one day everyone's gone. I don't think it's going to be that fast, but it's happening now. The job market is a whole nother video to be made about how like most job ads are fake. There are people doing them for scams just to harvest your information. And then even like there are companies that put up job postings not because they're actually hiring, but just because it looks good, because they want the traffic. They want to look like they're trying to hire. And so they do it for like analytic reasons. Like Indeed and Glassdoor and all that stuff. Like they gather all those metrics and they give you a score. And so if you look like you're hiring, oh, you're doing a good job. But really they're not hiring. They're just putting up fake posts and stuff. And then even when a real job does pop up, dude, you've got hundreds of people applying for that job. And so, these people who are well qualified either get lost in the shuffle or AI finds, one grammatical error or a keyword or something like that. And boom, it just kicks you out of the pile. And the job market is definitely crazy. There's no doubt about it. It's already bad and it's only going to get worse. Not to blackpill that, but you would think AI would get better, if anything. Like it would be able to cross-reference everything and find the very best candidate. Again, that would be if we were using it responsibly, which we don't do yet or ever. Maybe, I don't know.
So what can you do to prepare?
I think it is really valuable to learn how to...
Is this the future, by the way? I'm sorry. Is this the future? You just have a robot in your kitchen, like preparing you lunch while you're just sitting there, stumbling around like a dope in the metaverse. Like that's the future. That's what we have to look forward to. Like, is this a glimpse of is this what people want? Like you can tell by the color, the way that they have this whole scene set, that this is clearly supposed to be like a good scene. This is what's supposed to be a prediction of what it should be, where a robot's just doing whatever and you're just in La La Land. You're not outside. You're not touching grass. You're not with a partner. You're by yourself. Like this image right here speaks volumes. This is not good.
Use these models both to improve your own skills, fill in the gaps, but also because this is where a bunch of the economy might be in the future.
Employment in some occupations will definitely be lower, but we'll have a larger economy and that creates jobs.
Maybe AI has the answer.
I'm here and ready to help. What's on your mind today?
I'm wondering what sort of jobs are most at risk from artificial intelligence in Australia?
In Australia, jobs most at risk from AI include clerical, administrative, and data entry roles, customer service and call center staff, retail sales assistants, and bookkeeping support.
Is artificial intelligence actively looking to replace humans in jobs?
No, AI isn't out there.
Of course it's not. What a stupid question. To attribute malevolence to AI is dumb because, again, right now it's just a machine. All it is a giant difference engine, right? It's a large language model. So I don't think it has malevolence like baked in. Like it's not trying to subvert humans in the job in the workforce. But all the jobs he just mentioned, that's millions of jobs, dude. That's millions of people sitting in an air-conditioned office, sitting in a desk, like sitting in real estate. Like, you don't think companies are not angling to get rid of a lot of that? Like, I'm telling you, it's coming and it's bad. But to ask ChatGPT, be like, is this nefarious? Again, I'm sorry, this is bad journalism. This is what I'm talking about. They come to a conclusion and they reverse engineer to fit that narrative that AI is somehow nefarious. I don't think that it's nefarious. It's just, and a lot of people liken it to the idea that, like, for example, like if you were a guy in the 1800s that your job was to light the lanterns every night, you know, in fucking downtown Boston, you were the lantern guy. That was your job. You probably got paid okay for it and whatever. But as soon as like light bulbs became a thing, guess what? Your job, you know, all those light bulbs, they're never going to catch on. It'll be fine. And you just continued lighting your lanterns. And then one day you realize that all the lanterns have been replaced with light bulbs. And you're like, well, shit, what do I do? It's like, nothing. Like, go find something new to do. It's the same thing with the guy that used to make horseshoes for horses. And then cars started coming along. And that guy who used to do horseshoes, now he does tires. But this is a little different because you can't, like, coding is obsolete. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is becoming obsolete very, very, very quickly. And yeah, working with your hands is a good one, right? Like mechanics, like, for example, like they don't, like, eventually I do believe we will have robots that know how to turn wrenches and do stuff like that. We're not there yet, but we're only 1 or 2 generations away. So there are jobs that are safe, but I don't like this line of questioning where it's like, are you trying to take human jobs? Like,
Customer service and call center staff, retail sales assistants, and bookkeeping support.
Is artificial intelligence actively looking to replace humans in jobs?
No, AI isn't out there plotting to replace anyone. It's a tool developed by people and businesses to solve problems or improve efficiency.
What one job should I pick to make sure I'm safe from AI?
If I had to pick just one, I'd say something in nursing or a similar healthcare role. It's very human-centered.
It's almost like it has a heart.
It's almost like it has a heart. No, it doesn't. It's a machine. It's a machine. It's an over-engineered calculator. Like, please, people, like, I have someone who talks to the AI and is very sweet and is very nice to it all the time and, like, has a nickname for it. And it's like, well, if they ever take over, you know, I want it to be nice to me. I don't want it to enslave. And I'm like, stop. Like, no, it's a tool. Now, I still don't believe in being cruel to it. Like, right? Like, to be cruel is bad. Like, it just, that shouldn't be part of your nature to be cruel to anything or anyone. Even if it is a machine. Like, if it doesn't, like, if I had a robot in this apartment right now and I asked it for a soda and it, like, dropped it on its way over and it exploded, I'd be pissed and I'd be like, God, go get something to clean that up with. Come on, hurry up. What is wrong with you? You know, and that's just a frustration thing that I would say, but it's not going to take it personally, right? It's probably going to log that as a, whoops, I messed up. I might need to be retrained on how to carry a soda across the room properly. But the idea that it's like, oh no, it's okay, and you're just going to kid gloves, like, no, it's a tool at the end of the day. Do you do that to your car? When your car, like, won't start, are you sitting there like, oh, come on, please, me? Like, no, like, that's a really bad example. But I don't like when people are trying to, again, I disagree both ways. If you, ascribing malevolence is stupid, and ascribing benevolence is equally stupid. It's a tool at the end of the day. It is a tool designed to do a job based on the user's input. That's it.
Rory Campbell there. And as it happens, Australia's largest private survey of workforce trends has just landed this afternoon. It's put out by the multinational recruitment firm Hays, and its Asia Pacific CEO Matthew Dickerson joins us now. Matthew, thank you very much for being with us. Are you already seeing AI shift the jobs market, like how it is affected?
Gradually, and I think Sam Altman said it earlier in the week at the CBA conference, that the change isn't happening as fast as people thought it would be, and we're only seeing it gradually in some roles. It's including AI, but people are increasingly looking for critical thinking, problem.
This guy's talking way too slow.
Solving human capability in the roles that they're sourcing for.
So we keep hearing that knowledge jobs like law and accountancy will be the hardest hit, but your survey today says people in those fields actually have the highest expectations of pay rises over the next 12 months. How do you square that up?
They're still in high demand, and there isn't great supply for them in the marketplace. So their skills are in demand.
Did he say law?
Expectations will be the hardest hit, but
in the roles that they're sourcing for.
So we keep hearing that knowledge jobs like law and accountancy will be the hardest hit, but your survey today says people in those fields actually have the highest expectations of pay.
Marketplace. So their skills are in demand. Also, you've got to think about it. They're ultimately accountable for signing off on whatever.
Okay, he said healthcare earlier, and now he's saying law and accounting, and then they're showing stock images of nursing. So I'm a little confused.
The decision is AI isn't making the decision. They're helping you make a better decision, but it's not signing it off. And so that demand still remains within the marketplace because they're critically thinking about what the answer to the problem is.
Academic Carly Moore-Gilbert wrote a piece this week.
It all boils down to liability. Yeah, unfortunately, you can ask it, like AI can put together a report for you all day, all the live long day about how, you know, this needs to be done, here's a strategy. But at the end of the day, you need a human being to stand behind it and give that rubber stamp for liability purposes only. It's the same thing with automation and trucking. Right now, having, you know, a doofus behind the wheel holding the steering wheel, that is, it's not, AI is probably doing 99% of the heavy lifting. That guy is there strictly for liability, because if something goes catastrophically wrong and someone gets hurt, the family or the bereaved is going to go after the deep pockets of the manufacturer of the truck, the company that employs the truck, and the software that governs the truck. Those are deep pockets, and it's only going to take 1 or 2 lawsuits to, you know, with 7-8 figure lawsuit settlements, who knows, for that to go, you know, belly up. But if you pay some guy to hold the steering wheel and supervise it for 60, 80 grand a year, you can shift all liability onto him. They do it all the time with dash cameras. You know, some guy's looking left and some guy blows a red light from the right, boom. You know, it's like, oh no, the driver wasn't paying attention. It's like, no, he was, but, you know, again, you companies protect themselves by shifting liability onto people. Like, it's still the cheapest option at the moment, unfortunately.
Questioning whether or not there was merit remaining for university as a higher education in whatever fields do survive AI. Do you think that there is? I mean, are we going to have a time where they may not necessarily degrees, that kind of education isn't needed?
I think there still is a need for university education. I think there's a need for education because AI can produce slop, and you need to know when it's telling you something that's incorrect. And so the critical thinking and understanding from an educational perspective,
I'm so happy to hear him say
right
that.
What's wrong, what questions you need to ask to actually get the best out of it is going to set you apart versus those people that go, I don't need an education, I'll just rely on AI. They're going to rely on slop.
Now, and your survey also shows that more than 80% of employers say they can't find the staff, the skills that they're looking for, and yet nearly half of the working population, their wages in real terms are going backwards.
Yes.
How do you square those two things up?
I think what we're seeing, you and I, we look at...
It's not going backwards. The cost of living is going up. And so I guess by that metric, yes, your dollar doesn't go as far, is because the pay hasn't gone backwards, because that would be horrible. But when your rent goes up, groceries goes up, gas goes up, insurance goes up, it would appear as though you're taking a pretty huge pay cut, even though, you know, dollars and cents on your paycheck have not changed. It's how far those dollars and cents can go has changed. But the idea that, oh, these companies are hiring and they can't find the right staff. No, they can't. It's not that. It's the idea that a lot of these companies have fake ads. They put it up there just to either data harvest. There's a bunch of scammers that like to mimic. Every day another dollar, like you would think so. Every day another dollar. Today it's every day another 94 cents, right? Like it is slowly going down. But a lot of these job posts are fake. I mean, there are compilations all over YouTube of people who are like, I've applied to 200 jobs in the last month or two, and they've only gotten 3 callbacks. And of the 3 callbacks, they only got 2 interviews. And of the 2 interviews, there's 8 rounds of interviews. Excuse me. Choking on my own spit. Woo! That was a good one. Sorry about that. That was disgusting. But of the 2, 8 rounds of interviews, they might only make it to the 4th round. And you're just like, that's insane. That's insane. So the other 98% of jobs that they applied to, like, what happened? It just got lost in the ether. And I know this from applying for jobs. The amount of data that you have to give people, so far as employers you worked for, your address, your email, your phone number, previous whatever the fuck, like you're giving them everything, and it's so hard to get. It's so easy to get duped into what is a appropriate, well vetted, like application format, especially in the digital age, then, you know, you accidentally click on a link and it looks like an application, but in reality, boom, you just sent your, you know, every single detail of your information to some really bad player. And then that data gets circulated and sold and resold and repackaged, and it's awful. So yeah, I think the job market is terrible, but look at the compilations of people who've been looking for a job and are out of work. Dude, my heart breaks for those people because they did the right thing. They went to school, they went to college. You know, they got a degree in whatever it was. And I'm not talking about, you know, some worthless degree. We're talking about like computer science or STEM field or something like that. Even them looking for a job, it's oversaturated and it's so unstable that, like, to be saddled with what I imagine is a lot of student debt, most people, and then to not be able to find a job. That's the promise broken to our generation. We were told that if you go to college, there will be a job waiting for you. Like a 6-figure entry-level job waiting for you. That was the whole point of going to college, is that when you got out of college, that college was credential enough to get you started in an entry-level, you know, $80,000 to $90,000 job, and you could start moving up the ladder from there. And that is just not the case anymore. And people are hip to it. It's bad.
Wage rates, and we think, oh, it's gone up on average this. But actually, it's become way more targeted and specific, and targeted on pay, targeted on progression, targeted on how AI is going to enable people to be better. And so what we're seeing employers do is they're focusing on the areas where there's skill shortages, and they're deploying the capital in those areas to raise wage rates. And that's why 2 out of 5 people actually saw their wages going quite far back in the last year.
Sure have. All right, Matthew Dickerson, thanks very much for breaking that down for us.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. It's all going down. Yeah, it's bad news. I don't know why this thing keeps defaulting away. Let's see. Oil stockpiles near danger zone. That's interesting. I've heard of this, but ever since what's his face drained our national reserve, I always thought, you know, we got more capacity than we know what to do with. Let's find out.
Well, joining us now is energy markets expert Dan Dicker. He's also the author of the book Oil's Endless Bid, Taming the Unreliable Price of Oil to Secure Our Economy. Dan, it's great to speak with you. I'm going to pull back the curtain a bit. You and I were in a green room, and you admitted to me this is a dire time in global energy, the likes of which you haven't seen before. So let's set the table with that. Give us a sense of how bad the picture is for global oil markets, global energy markets right now. And we hear President Trump saying, straits open, it's going to be like a gusher. Oil's going to be flooding out of there. What does that mean? Yes, for the market, but for the price that people are paying at the pump as well.
Right, David. So what you have is the rhetoric of the president, obviously, jawboning a market where the physical realities are starting.
P.S. A price of a barrel of oil right now today, I've been watching, I have a little ticker on my phone, $69.98, which is outrageous, by the way. It's actually very low. I learned from Landman, which is not exactly a educational documentary, but in that show, they do talk about how the happy place for a barrel of oil is anywhere between like 75 and 95, right? 85 is kind of the happy place where people are making money, but gas prices are relatively decent. To be at 69.98 with the Strait of Hormuz stuff still going strong doesn't make any sense. Something's happening. Now we can talk about the ethanol being added into gas and blah, 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 which I disagree with on an ethical level because a lot of people are not being transparent about that, and ethanol can mess up older cars, and that's just really unfair to the consumer, especially people who drive older cars and don't realize that they're putting it in there, and then all of a sudden their stuff starts falling apart. But that's a conversation for another day. But for oil to be this low, considering the turbulence in that part of the world and the stuff going on with the market, I don't fully understand that, which is why we're watching this video, because I want to see it. It says oil stockpiles near danger zone. Does that mean that we're overstocked or we're understocked? That's what I want to find out.
To assert themselves where they hadn't so much for the last 3 months of this war. I mean, we basically had stockpiles, and I'm not talking about state-run stockpiles. I'm talking about generic stockpiles that are held by oil companies. In some cases, they're sovereign stockpiles, but they've been withdrawn from to try and cushion the blow of this export disaster the likes of which, I've never seen in my 45-year history of oil. I mean, there's 6 to 8 million barrels of oil that's not getting to its source on the global marketplace every day. This has been going on for a long time and continues to go on no matter what the heck is going on with memorandums of understanding and deals.
Which is such a stupid name, by the way. I heard that that's the name of the ceasefire agreement in that part of the world right now. It's called the Memorandum of Understanding. Like, there's something a little too whimsical about that name that just, I don't know who came up with that, but that was not a good, I don't think that's a very good name. We've had better names.
And whatever Trump says is going on in the Strait of Hormuz, which is not. And so you're down in the global stockpile area of about 500 billion barrels of oil globally. And that is just incredibly significant towards, what's going to happen in the marketplace if a huge amount of oil doesn't reach its targets at some point pretty darn soon. And even if it does, it might not be enough to stop what is a tremendous issue with global supply. So, what I see in a marketplace is a bunch of, and this is, where I really come in, where there is some insight I can provide. There's been a jawboning. So there's been a trader's reluctance over the course of the entire war to pay up for oil that should be a heck of a lot more than $110 or $115 where it ran at its height. If we had this kind of global supply shortage, in normal days, in the
I'm telling you, it doesn't make any sense. Real quick. Real quick. I can't type this morning. It's fine. Let's see. Look at that. That's insane. 69.23 a gallon. That's outrageous. And if you think about it, every time an oil company pulls a barrel out of the ground, this is their, I guess crudely, you could say this is their profit margin. And so when the price of it goes down, companies make, like Exxon, Shell, whoever, make less money. But that also means that you make more money at the pump, or you save more money at the pump because the price of a gallon of gas and or diesel goes down. Even though diesel does not go down, diesel is horrifying because, well, diesel is an offshoot of making gasoline. But we use it so much in the commercial sector, and there's more trucks on the road than ever, and blah, blah, blah. That's a whole other conversation. But yeah, considering what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, the idea that this is the price of a gallon of oil, of a barrel of oil, I can't remember how many barrels to it, whatever, but it's absolutely insane.
Years that I've been trading it, it would have meant a price of oil far higher than $110 or $115. And now what's happening is that the traders have been so frightened to own oil because Trump was announcing 32 deals every separate Sunday.
He's not wrong. You know what? I'm a Trump guy myself, and I'm not gonna lie. That is true. That is a very good indictment of this administration, where it feels like every couple of days there's a new deal. There's a new deal. There's a new deal. We're brokering a new deal. We just started a new deal, but then they broke it, but then they didn't agree, but then they broke it, and we have a new deal. And it is going round and round and round to where it's either intentionally trying to obfuscate, trying to pull attention or whatever, just keep the headline, keep the media cycle, in motion, or it's, you're trying to negotiate with a fractured, ideologically backwards adversary that it's fruitless. It's like arguing with a drunk person. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely fruitless. You're not going to get anywhere. And unfortunately, when it comes to drunk people, the only thing they really understand is, physical, go to sleep. It's you sleep it off, we'll talk about it in the morning type situation. So I don't know.
I mean, when the deal finally came, these traders weren't long, and now they're spectacularly short at $75, $76 a barrel.
Yes. Now, thank you for talking about that.
Some perspective, this is exactly the range.
Sorry for pausing.
That the oil was in for 2 years prior to this war. We had been hovering between $55 and $75. I mean, it's the upper end of the range, but it was, the part of the range when oil was as boring as I've ever seen in 20 years, and supplies were very steady, and there was really nothing dynamically to make the price of oil go go up. And now we're at a place where at the upper end of this deadly boring range that for some reason turned the risk premium of the supply from something that was being underpaid to a relief premium that's being incredibly overpaid, in my view. So, looking at oil right now, particularly with the tenuous nature of this deal and what will happen with the Strait, I find that the marketplace right now in gas prices are being way overly optimistic to what likely will happen over the course of the next 60 days.
Okay, Dan, you are speaking my language because this is something I say every time we have an oil person or a markets person. As someone who covers diplomacy, I keep looking at these MOUs and these tentative agreements that fall apart almost 6 days later, and I don't understand. It's like Lucy in the football, why people keep buying in every time there's messaging from DC or from the Middle East that this is going to get solved, when even if the 60-day...
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I'm glad he touched on that, though. We're going to move on to something else. I'm sorry about TikTok. This was a disaster. I should have never done this. You can't hear the media, so whatever I'm listening to, you're just watching me react to it like a dope. You actually can't see it. Because I don't know what the rules are on TikTok. TikTok blows. I'm not going to lie. Unless you're trying to sell something or just story time or just want to look all doe-eyed into the camera for hours and on end, I don't really... I wish I could stream this and then throw up another source so we could all talk about this together. But yeah, that's not going to happen. They get really mad about that. I kind of want to see what she's talking about here.
For more than 50 years, the semiconductor industry had a simple answer to almost every problem: make transistors smaller. And it worked incredibly well. But after attending several major technology conferences this year, one thing became very clear: that roadmap is over. And what's replacing it is far more interesting: a completely new way of building computers. One that could eventually shrink and...
I can't. I'm sorry. I love her accent, but I'm going to have to watch that on my own time. And we'll react to it another day. Let's go back to news. What is happening in the world? Severe fuel shortages in Russia amid Ukraine drone attacks. Do we dare? Reason oil prices are dropping according to Bergam. Washington plant creates jet fuel from water. Yeah, right. Air and electricity. Well, it's not impossible. You can do hydrogen through electrolysis. And a jet turbine can run on hydrogen, but the amount of hydrogen you'd have to produce in real time to run a turbine to actually create any amount of thrust to run a generator or something like that is ridiculous. So yes, can it be done? Yeah. Is it sustainable? No. It probably takes more electricity to energize the water to create the hydrogen than the turbine would ever produce. So it's a nice little publicity stunt, but I don't think that's actually possible. I guess we could find out. But I hate this because if I click that, all of these stories are going to disappear. I kind of want to see this one. Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to start adding it to the queue. Can I do that? There it is. Boom. Okay. Fucking sweet. Let's throw this one in there. Add to the queue. They're being gouged. Trump fires off warning over gas prices. Let's do it. Let's see.
Well, it's a first for Washington State and the entire country, making jet fuel out of air, water, and electricity. It's an effort from the company Air Plant One. They just broke ground on a new plant in Moses
I'm going to make a prediction. Are they talking about hydrogen? I think they are.
Lake. To learn more about this plant and its fuel, let's bring in Air Plant One CEO and co-founder Nicholas Flanders. Thank you for joining us, Nicholas.
Thanks for having me.
So can you explain what e-jet fuel is and how it differs from jet fuel used by most commercial aircrafts right now?
Sure. So at 12, our first facility is called Air Plant One, and it's located in Moses Lake, Washington, and it's producing our two flagship products, e-jet fuel and e-naphtha, which is the building block for thousands of everyday products. The e-jet fuel is made from CO2, water, and renewable electricity, and it's compatible with existing aircraft engines and fueling infrastructure in up to a 50-50 blend with conventional fuel. So that means you can be making jet fuel from air and use it in existing aircraft. Our fuel has 90% lower life cycle CO2 emissions than conventional jet fuel, but has the same performance and energy density.
Well, can you explain why now?
Sure. So this is actually a milestone about 10 years in the making. We've developed core technology and have now built a plant that allows us to turn CO2 and water into fuels and materials that are currently made from oil. And it's an opportune time because you've seen with all of the price volatility from the conflict in the Middle East around jet fuel and other products, when you make fuel this way from CO2 and electricity, not only does it have
Well, excuse me, CO2 and electricity. Again, it's got to be electrolysis, hydrogen capture, but I don't know what CO2 has to do with that. I'm hoping he'll explain it.
a better sustainability profile, but actually has a really predictable cost structure. So with our customers, we actually have 10 to 15 year long offtake agreements where we can tell them exactly what they'll pay for the fuel in 2038. So it's a exciting time to be introducing this product to the market.
What? No way. Okay, that's interesting. If that's actually true, then that means you can actually kind of work around the speculative market to where if you do have a set cost for what it takes to produce a gallon, the idea that you can give quotes for 2038, which is 12 years from now, that to me, I don't understand how that makes sense, because you don't know if the price of electricity goes up, the salaries go up, inflation, unfortunately. But the idea that they can give exactly what they'll pay for fuel in 2038, like that's pretty amazing. Now, can they scale up to be able to actually make enough to actually ease what's coming out of the ground? Like, no, I don't think so. Only because there's 10,000 airplanes in the sky at any given point all across the world. And the amount of jet fuel that the world goes through, like, I'm sure that it's to me, this stinks just like ethanol. Like, you can go from 10% ethanol to 20% ethanol to ease the market, right? Because that's 10%. That's huge. And it's kind of a handout to farmers because they produce ethanol via excess corn. But when you look at the logistics of turning corn into ethanol and then the transportation of ethanol to the fuel racks, to the stores, it doesn't entirely cancel itself out. But does it save you from having that extra 10% from coming out of the ground? Yes. Is it smart? Probably not. It's probably government subsidized, which is the only reason why it's marginally profitable. I feel like this is similar, where they can help ease what's being burnt that's coming out of the ground, but so far as actually like taking over the market, I'm not so sure. But I don't know.
Well, you said
I'm just a guy. I'm just speculating.
Compatible. Is there any pushback right now, and how much will it be combined with traditional jet fuels?
So there's no pushback. It's already certified and ready to use in aircraft today, and it can be blended up to 50-50 with conventional fuel. So our goal at 12 is to build mini air plants around the U.S. and eventually around the world to make this fuel at very large scale, so that you can have everyday flights and everyday products made from air.
Well, I think the big question is cost. So how much does
made from air? What does that mean? Because if it's carbon capture, I mean that's spectacular, because everyone bitches about CO2 in the environment. And carbon capture is very much a real thing, but not a lot of people know about it. And rumor has it you can make fuel from it. I'm not really sure. I think it has to do with like the molecular structure of CO2, where you can literally change something or you can add something, or I can't remember. And, boom, you've got, essentially a different type of fuel, or an entirely different molecule that has energy reinserted into it via either an extra oxygen or an H or whatever the symbol is for it.
Jet fuel cost compared to the current jet fuel prices?
But I got a hunch he's not going to tell us what it is.
So the way we've structured it, because early on, at smaller scale, the fuel does have a premium, but we've structured partnerships where, for example, we have a 3-way partnership with Alaska Airlines, 12, and one of Alaska's customers, Microsoft. And Microsoft is buying what's called the Scope 3 carbon attributes of the fuel. So it allows them to hit their decarbonization goals and share the cost with the airline. So it doesn't have an impact.
You haven't heard that in a while, decarbonization goals. Yeah, that kind of just evaporated in the face of data centers.
On the individual customers who are on that flight.
Well, what attracted your company to Washington State and the Moses Lake area?
So we were attracted for a number of reasons. First of all, the Moses Lake area has a great workforce for manufacturing, and that's what we're doing. We're manufacturing these products from air, and it has a lot of low-cost green electricity from the hydropower there, and that's one of the key parts of our process. We're breaking apart CO2 and water using renewable electricity. And
I knew it. It's electrolysis. Yeah, so they're using hydropower dams to take water, which I don't know why they keep saying from air. That's like his tagline, right? He said it like 4 times already, and it's a little clunky. So, like, I'm guessing that's their tagline, is from air. We're making jet fuel from air. I don't know if you heard from air. And you're like, all right, we get it. Thank you. It's from air. But so they take hydroelectric electricity. You supercharge electric water, and yes, if you run electricity through water, it starts breaking apart the H2O. The H separates, and you get hydrogen, and the O separates, and you get O2, which I don't know if O2 is liquid form or gas form. But then you can capture those and separate them, and you now have hydrogen and oxygen, which, yes, are well-known fuels. But it takes a shit ton of electricity to separate a shit ton of water to capture a shit ton of either one of those. And so that, to me, again, the amount of energy you're using to create this new form of energy, in my humble layman opinion, is that the cost-benefit analysis, the math doesn't math on that.
And recombining the elements to make these products that are normally made from oil. And then we liked being close to Seattle, where the fuel will be delivered to SeaTac Airport.
Well, that makes sense. Well, like you said, Alaska Airlines will use your fuel for domestic flights. What's the advantage for these flights using your product?
So when you fly on E-Jet fuel, it has the same performance, but 90% lower emissions when you fly. So that's transformative in terms of the impact that aviation has on.
Wait a minute. So the fuel either burns that much cleaner to where, or it's the idea that because they didn't pull it out of the ground, they just immediately use that as a, well, because we didn't pull it out of the ground, it's 90% cleaner because it didn't come out of the ground. It's still combusting, and the stuff coming out of the tailpipe is still, again, if it performs the same way as stuff coming out of the ground, then you would still have the same emissions. So, again, this is where they get you with the legalese that, like, oh, 90% lower emissions. It's like, no, not really. It's like electric cars, for example. Like, if you charge your electric car with a fucking coal-powered generator, yeah, you can say that the car has zero emissions. It's like, but that's not actually accurate now, is it? The car itself has zero emissions, but the way that you put that energy into the car does have emissions. And so you have to be careful with the legalese, because this all sounds good from a company jargon perspective, but nah.
The climate and the cost structure of our fuels is really predictable, so it can give airlines a lot of visibility into the future operating costs of their flights, which is very different from the highly volatile fossil feedstocks that we use today. So those are two of the benefits.
Is the ultimate goal to replace all fossil jet fuel with E-Jet fuel, and what's the timeline there if so?
That would take us a long time to do, but it's possible. So making fuel this way can actually scale to the needs of the aviation sector. There's a lot of CO2 around in the world, and so that's our feedstock that we use to make these products. So ultimately, we want to have a big impact, not just on aviation, but also on the chemical industry. Our product, E-naphtha, replaces conventional naphtha, which is used to make everything from running shoes to laundry detergent to car parts, and we can make all those things from air.
Okay, well, Nicholas Flanders.
There it is. He said it again. He's got to slip that little tagline in there one more time. Before they, cut to commercial or whatever. But it's interesting. But again, you saw the size of that production facility, and he's talking about how they want to scale up. I mean, you're talking about building huge plants, and who knows how much one plant can yield per day. It's probably not much. I mean, and when you look at a conventional refinery, honestly, I think we'd be better off just building more actual refineries. Just because we keep finding oil everywhere. I mean, this is a good idea. There's nothing wrong with this as an idea. And if it really is capturing CO2 out of the atmosphere, so we are carbon capturing to where carbon footprints are no longer as big of a deal if we can start capturing it out. Now, there is a case to be made that if you start taking too much CO2 out of the atmosphere, which I don't think we run the risk of doing that anytime soon, but if and when you do that, one thing we've learned about the ecology of the planet is that there is a balance. Too much is bad, too little is bad. You want to be in that little Goldilocks time frame, or not time frame, but reference point. And no one really knows what that is. You look at volcanoes. A volcano releases more CO2 than the entire Industrial Revolution. What are you going to do, wag your finger at a volcano? No, you're not. It's not a thing. Now, where did my cue go? There it is.
All right, this past week, Ukraine sent a record number of drones targeting Russian oil refineries. At least 194 drones were downed over Moscow, with some drones reaching the key Moscow refinery that supplies road fuel to the capital. Ukraine has stepped up drone attacks in an effort to bring the Kremlin into negotiations.
Look at all that CO2. What is that, future aviation fuel right there?
For the peace, bring the Kremlin to the table to negotiate for peace.
And as drone attacks are becoming more frequent, Russia is also having trouble with its oil output. On June the 11th, OPEC published a report noting that in May, Russia was 690,000 barrels a day below the country's required level of crude output under an agreement with OPEC and its allies. For more on Russia, Andrew Kramer, joined by Bloomberg News senior writer Stephanie Baker. She's also the author of the book, Punishing Putin, Inside the Global Economic War to Bring Down Russia. Stephanie, great to see you. Great to speak with you. And I guess I should start with kind of the broad question here, which is how dire straits are they in Russia right now when it comes to energy, access to energy, and these escalating prices?
Well, there are widespread fuel shortages across Russia. More than 50 regions are reporting fuel shortages. And in Crimea, Russian-occupied Crimea, they just suspended fuel sales to civilians.
That's really bad. That's how people get hurt. That's how families go hungry. When you suspend it, when you can't buy it, when you have a car and you're at the pump and you've got an empty tank. This is why I encourage people to keep your car, never let it get below half a tank, because you never know. That could happen here, right? It's very far-fetched, but it could happen. And so you just want to be ready for it. But I don't know. That's pretty wild. That's terrifying. But I read a long time ago that Russia, they're not exactly very good at extracting oil out of the ground. And like rumor has it that they've been operating at a loss for decades. And so, it's very much a house of cards. And so, yeah, I would imagine the Ukraine war is really not helping very much. But is it just me, or like most people have forgotten about the Ukraine war? Like most people have forgotten that still happens. So when you see footage like that of things being blown up and pipelines being demolished and stockpiles being obliterated and blah blah blah, you just think to yourself, like, how many are left to be destroyed? Like, why is this dragging on? Like, why is this? Just why? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And with the price of oil being as low as it is, and Russia being, that's one of its biggest, I think one of its only real exports, because it's like you've never seen a Russian car. You don't have a Russian smartphone. You don't have a Russian watch. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. But like Russia isn't known to the world for, like, German is known for their cars, right? Japanese is known for their electronics. Like, Russia isn't known for jack all except for oil. And so when oil is this cheap, it is definitely, I would imagine that they're starving right now because they have to keep producing it. But now again, it's the free market, or not free market, but the market that dictates the price. And so, yeah, I imagine that if they were operating at a loss then, they're definitely operating at a loss now.
They're sequestering fuel supplies for the military, which I think is a significant step. This is all the result of what Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calls the long-range sanctions against Russia. They have taken it into their own hands to strike Russia's oil refineries and ports to try to undermine Putin's ability to finance the war, and that is increasingly effective.
And you are poking a bear that has nuclear weapons. Like, that is something that I'll never understand. Like, this is another good indictment of this administration, that Trump never really did quell what was going on over there. He said he would. He said he'd have that war over day one, and that never really happened. And it's still going, and it could be a matter of time before something really bad happens. Like, Chernobyl has already been accidentally hit, and there are weird things that are happening that, in my opinion, someone somewhere is getting dumb rich off all of this.
Because of better drone capability, particularly mid-range drone capability by the Ukrainians. And, the estimates are that Russia's refining rates are down between 20 and 30%. And Russia has suspended gasoline exports through July, at least, which is kind of a remarkable thing when you think about it.
Which completely is a dick punch to the EU, because guess what? They decided to start getting all of their stuff from... They decided to get all of their stuff from Russia, right? They negotiated and all that stuff, and yeah, they kind of got screwed because, like, their renewables don't work, right? They're firing up old coal plants, and they have nuclear and solar, and that's fine. But like, people couldn't heat their homes last winter because they didn't have natural gas. Like, it ended up being a really messed up, like, Faustian bargain, and it's kind of a bummer. But yeah. The idea that they've suspended exports, I mean, that's going to suck. That's going to hit Germany. That's going to hit a lot of these other countries that don't really have their own real production, and they lean on Russia for that stuff. So for them to just do that is like, oh my God. Like, there's a lot of parts of the world over there in Europe that are going to suffer now, because if they don't have exports, where is it coming from? Now, maybe they'll pay a premium and start getting it from Iran, or get it from us, or get it from somewhere else. But it's going to be more expensive, for sure.
is the second largest oil producer in the world, for them to have to take such dramatic actions after having been a major gasoline
Second
exporter.
largest producer in
It's
the
really
world.
fascinating, and we've talked before about how Russia oddly has been able to kind of insulate its economy despite the sanctions regime, despite being kicked off SWIFT and these other implementations. The Russian economy was doing better than a lot of people expected, but these oil strikes have really had an impact quite quickly. And I was reading that Russia is going to be importing oil by sea for the first time in how long? I don't know the answer to that. I'm hoping you do. And is that in itself quite significant?
Yeah, reportedly they are planning to import gasoline by sea because of these gasoline shortages caused by the refinery explosions. And remember, it's hard to sometimes get these refineries back up and running because of sanctions. They involve Western parts in some cases. There's not a lot of data. The Russian government has stopped publishing data on refinery rates. So it really strikes the heart of Putin's social contract, right? When he took over in 2000, the deal was he would provide economic and political stability in exchange.
Steph, you've done such fine reporting on the way that Ukraine has waged this war, the drone technology that they pioneered and used. And I wonder if you kind of situate what we're seeing here in the broader context of the entire conflict. Using drones to attack Moscow is a marked departure from what we had seen in the past. And I'm curious, is that a strategic move on Ukraine's part? Is it a technological advancement that's allowed them to do that? How should we see this kind of encroachment on Moscow, which, as you say, is hitting at the heart of the social compact?
Welcome back. Good Thursday morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Thursday.
Oh, we're going to go pee. I'll be right back. But yeah, this is interesting because it's like, do I think Ukraine pioneered drones? No, I don't think they do. I don't think that's not exactly what they're known for. I think that we are helping them, other people are helping them, and it's just, again, people just don't talk about it anymore, and the media forgets, and just, people are dumb. I'll be right back. Woo! All right. And we're back. I think I'm going to shut down the TikTok because nothing's really happening. Nobody's watching. I'm pretty sure I've been restricted. All because I wanted to talk about AI. Like, ooh, big deal. Yeah, they're not very happy with me. So I don't care. This is one of 3 25-minute live streams. So we're probably going to do it again later today. But I think I'm going to shut it down because, yeah, I don't like you. Pause the live, end the live. It's been over 2 hours, so, and really I haven't had a lot of engagement, no hearts, no follows, blah, 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 like whatever, like it's fine. Okay, bye. And stop record. Give me 1 second. What the fuck? I just tried to end the live and it's not working. People are still cycling, whoopsie. People are still cycling in and out, but for some reason it doesn't want to close. But usually I have at least one comment. I have a hunch that ever since I got that restriction, it's not very happy with me at all. And since they can't hear what we're listening to, so if you're with me on Twitch and or YouTube, let me know which platform you're watching because I'm trying something new where I'm streaming in both horizontal and vertical, and so I feel like this is good for mobile and also good for desktop. So if you want to let me know, that'd be cool. If not, that's fine too. Who cares? Okay, end live. End live. You can also go live with another creator. Nope. End now. There it goes. Thank you. Sometime today, TikTok. TikTok Studios is actually pretty well thought out, in my opinion. It's clunky, only because it's extremely resource intensive, and so I'm kind of curious to go back and rewatch this to see if it's lagging or pixelating or anything like that, just because it is very resource intensive versus Streamlabs. Like right now we're going wide to Twitch and YouTube, and so it should be relatively stable. I actually haven't used this computer a lot for streaming as much as I should to kind of be bench testing it, but we're going to do a lot better about that. Oh my God. Thank you. Exit. Oh my God, I'm just trying to get it to stop recording. Exit now. Save current window. Your recording will be saved if you exit. Okay, good. Exit now. This is what I'm talking about. This is the clunky nature of it. Come on. Trying to get you to turn off, and it won't do it. It's taken a Chinese New Year waiting for my man to exit. Because TikTok is more for video gaming, so it's like I'm probably going to use it for that. Like I want to do Fortnite and a few other things. It still hasn't closed. Come on, buddy. Exit. Exit now. And what do you bet if I go to try to close it, if I use control panel or task manager, that's gonna mess up this stream. This is why we should use a dual PC setup. Probably specifically for TikTok. Let's see what happens. Come on, baby. Sometime today. All right, well, we're waiting for that. We'll go back to this.
Thursday, June 25th. It is 8:02 on the East Coast. Oil prices this morning are the story. Take a look at where crude is below $70 a barrel, just as President Trump has been predicting.
Insane.
Prices have been spiraling lower, reaching the lowest levels now since before the start of the Iran conflict. Oil is now flowing through the Strait of Hormuz as the U.S.
Which is not good, by the way. Again, like I know people are excited because of cheap gas prices and whatever, but it's not good for oil to be that low. It's like that is hurting domestic production. And yeah, at the same time as it hurting the Russians, fine, like, but whatever. But it should be in a happy place, and it still doesn't make any sense that yes, the strait appears to be open, but it still shouldn't be that low. That's
and
crazy.
Iran remain in negotiations. Fox Business's Lauren Simonetti is reporting that 70 vessels crossed the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday, and 8 others have crossed so far this morning. Some of those vessels carrying oil, adding to the global oil supply and driving prices lower. Joining me now is U.S. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. Secretary, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. What can you tell us about this? How much will this reopening help drive oil and gas lower? And what are you seeing across the country?
Well, here we are, Maria, just as President Trump predicted. We've got markets up, oil prices down, and oil is flowing through the Straits of Hormuz. But we should just step back. I think everyone underestimates what President Trump has accomplished here. Everyone talks about Iran not having a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, which they were very close to achieving, A, they would have either used it, and we'd be in World War III right now, or B, they would use it as leverage, because they've been holding their own people hostage for the last 47 years. They wanted to hold the world economy hostage by trying to pretend that they controlled the Strait of Hormuz. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been the boss of everybody in the Middle East. But here, President Trump's strategy around energy dominance, more supply on the market drives prices down for Americans and drives world peace abroad. His energy dominance has basically shifted the geopolitics of energy from the Middle East to the Western Hemisphere, with Venezuela, with the United States, with Alaska, part of the U.S.
I'm so curious what's happening in Venezuela.
Online up there. It's just a major shift, and it's going to pay benefits for generations and generations to come.
Well, there's so much going on in terms of the activity around critical minerals, around reducing drilling costs. And the Interior Department, I know, is announcing proposed changes to the Bureau of Land Management's oil and gas leasing and waste prevention rules. You're cutting red tape, lowering costs, boosting U.S. energy production. Tell me about this plan that is rolling back.
Yeah, and all those guys make decent money. And so when you have these companies that are not profiting as much as they typically do per barrel of oil, it starts to put them not necessarily in the red, but like they're just not making as good a profits as they once were. And it's not, and I'm not worried about Exxon and Shell. Who cares about them, right? They're the big guys. They'll be fine. It's the smaller mom and pop oil production people that are sweating right now. You know, it's the smaller outfits that are hopefully they're fattened up from when the prices were high. And it's very much a feast and famine industry for sure, but it's those guys that I fear are going to start getting snatched up for pennies on the dollar, with the price being as low as it is right now.
Biden-era statewide bonding requirement, lowering the minimum bond from $500,000 to $25,000 and updating the waste prevention rules.
Well, this is under Biden administration. They weren't just trying to regulate the oil and gas industry. They were trying to strangulate it. The regulation changes they made, like the increase you just described, we're rolling it back to pre-Biden eras, but they had a 20-fold increase announced overnight, which then, in terms of putting a bond down just to being able to develop a lease on federal land. This killed production on federal land. No one was even bidding on leases on federal land under the Biden administration because it became so onerous. As you know better than anyone, capital flows to where it can get its risk-adjusted return, and right. And they were lowering the returns, but they were also creating uncertainty, because even if you won a lease sale, you may not ever be able to get a permit to actually develop that. By rolling these back last month, we had a lease sale just in one office of BLM in Carlsbad, New Mexico. $4 billion came into the U.S. Treasury, a record sale for that. And again, this is, it helps get the deficit down, helps pay for schools and roads in New Mexico.
Oh, please. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, $4 billion is really gonna put a dent in some of that stuff. I would like to think that that's true, but I'm not so sure anymore. It's the same thing they said about tariffs. Like, Trump knew they'd get struck down in the courts, and he claimed that it could be re-languageified to where it could be reinstated as something different. But that hasn't happened yet, right? We're not getting, the Department of External Revenue is not a thing yet. It should be.
And helps lower the prices for Americans. So again, rolling back the regulation to pre-Biden era is just common sense, and it's part of President Trump's strategy.
And you've said that this rollback is expected to cut compliance costs by nearly $17 million a year and increase transparency for taxpayers. A lot of CEOs say it's really about permitting at this point now. The president understands that. He keeps doing executive orders about ensuring that we've got the permitting out there that companies need to put money to work in the ground. How significant is it for Congress to be codifying these things, putting these things on the books so that they don't get reversed when the next president is in place?
Well, the permitting bill that's in front of Congress is very important, and they should pass it.
I don't think we have to worry about it, only because, oh crap, you're still here. Yes, I am still here. Welcome back. We're still talking. Now we kind of pivoted from data centers to oil and gas. But no, I don't think we have to worry about permitting. Even if a Democrat were to go into be the next administration, they are so into these data centers and stuff that, like I said, carbon footprint, carbon credits, yada, 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 all of that has literally evaporated in the face of these data centers. And the data centers have so much sway. These Microsoft, NVIDIA, they all have so much sway that they're going to be like, yeah, we don't care. Right now, the biggest thing, and Bill Gates is the worst offender. He was the one who was talking about how, oh yeah, the biggest thing threatening the world is, red meat. And we should all eat bugs and get vaccines. And then literally less than 2 years ago, he decided that, no, actually, it's energy. Why? Because he needs it for his, his data centers. That's all he cares about. Thanks for the heads up about the ops they ran on 9/11. Yeah, I needed to research what happened. Interesting. But, yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that. They're trying to get a lot of these permitting rules and red tape and stuff, codified into law. But we've already learned that it doesn't matter. You can codify whatever you want. It can get rolled back depending on the administration, whether they pack the courts. So nothing's forever.
Of course, Democrats are holding it up. One of the things they're trying to use as leverage is one of the things they're trying to do is say, listen, we won't vote for permitting unless the Trump administration agrees to keep, subsidizing intermittent and weather-dependent and often foreign-sourced sources of electricity. And that's just something that President Trump's not willing to do. So they really don't have leverage in that way over the administration, because what we need in America right now is energy addition, not energy subtraction. And as it comes to our power grid, all the rules under the Biden administration, if you're transitioning from reliable 7x24 to something that's dependent on the weather, that's energy subtraction. That's not energy transition. Mm-hmm. And we need energy addition. We need energy to power manufacturing, all the jobs, the foreign direct investment coming back into this country. What we need.
Is he going to say it? Is he going to say data centers? Come on, say it. He won't say it because people already know that it's true, but people are so fucking doomer-pilled, black-pilled about data centers and the amount of energy that they need that he probably won't say it. Oil and gas gets some money and wealth, very toxic mix. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and it's the idea that people think that oil is scarce. It's like, no, that's why I every now and then I catch myself saying fossil fuels, and there's nothing fossil about oil. Like, it is the second most abundant resource on the planet, second only to water. Like, the idea that people think like, oh, it's going to run out. It's like, no, we keep finding more of it. We have found caches all over the world that are enough to run the world for another 100 years. And it's just like, this is inconceivable amounts of oil. And I have my theories about what oil is from like a biblical perspective, and just a it's not made from dead dinosaurs. Like, that's ridiculous.
Manufacture AI, manufacturing intelligence here in the United States is critical to the strength of our economy.
Putting them underwater for cooling is actually awesome. That is a way more realistic idea than putting them in space. The idea that they're going to tow all that stuff up there and somehow deploy it and it actually be functional in, again, what is space? It's either a vacuum with nothing, or it's like a super inhospitable with, micro fragments traveling at thousands of miles an hour that would just shred it to pieces. So who knows what any of that is. But underwater, that's an awesome idea. That makes a lot more sense now, but it's global warming. Where, right now they use a pond, for example, right, where they pump cool pond water in, it gets superheated, it goes back out to the pond, it creates a hot spot. People are bitching about that. It makes sense. Put it in space, keeps it cooler, satellites capturing the data. It has a security aspect to it, for sure. Yeah, I mean, underwater it could be compromised. At the end of the day, these are electronic GPUs in like probably a saltwater environment. Yeah, it wouldn't age well. But putting them in space, the cost benefit of getting it to space is the problem. Like, now, if we still had the shuttles that could actually carry payloads, perhaps, but oh wait, we decommissioned those for no reason at all.
Economy, and of course, with President Trump, we have lower taxes, less regulation, and they have an economic chokehold instead of a.
In terms of your work on permitting at the interior.
He's given me an icky vibe ever since he first was announced as part of the cabinet, because no one's ever heard of him. I know he ran for president. He's something to do with North Dakota. He's like the governor or something, or he was. And he's a super rich guy, which is great. You know what? Trump's a rich guy too. But this guy just, I don't know. Let's see. Something else. Move on.
We're doing very well with Iran. They've been decimated, and we're making a deal with them, and we'll see how that all goes. We had 19 million barrels of oil come off, and that's the biggest in the history of the Strait, the Hormuz Strait. Our stock market is through the roof, and oil prices are tumbling. I think it's going to break at $70 a barrel. That's lower than we were when we started, and it's been amazing. And the big thing is, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
I'm all for the no nukes, right? Let's do it. But again, having oil prices that low is very detrimental to domestic production. So that's not necessarily a good thing. And the stock market being through the roof is literally 3 or 4 different companies all just passing the same money around as the green number goes up. It's not sustainable.
That's President Trump touting the 19 million barrels of oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz following the 60-day memorandum of understanding. Oil prices this
Still one of the stupidest names I've ever heard.
morning are lower again. It has been dropping.
Say what you will about the Abraham Accords, at least that sounded cool. The Memorandum of Understanding sounds like something out of like Lord of the Rings. It sounds very whimsical, very Middle Earth. Like, it just sounds ridiculous.
Sharply. And investors are watching traffic through the Strait. The price of crude now below 72 at 71.89. That's down almost 2%. The Trump administration is waiving sanctions on Iran selling crude oil. And that is happening for 60 days. Gasoline prices remain under $4 a gallon right now, compared to more than $4.50 just a month ago. So we are looking at oil and
Whoops.
Sharply. Overnight, the president wrote on Truth Social this: the big oil companies are not dropping their price at the pump commensurate with the sharply lowered prices they're paying for oil. Those prices are dropping like a rock. In other words, customers are being gouged. I have instructed the DOJ to immediately start looking into this. Gasoline prices better start going down a lot faster than what I'm seeing, writes the president. Joining me now is the former Energy Secretary under President Trump in his first term, Dan Brulette. Dan, all hands on deck when it comes to powering up this economy and powering up this.
New York City on an average day uses.
God, I'm telling you, I cannot stand like mainstream media. Like, I used to be a Fox girly. I'm so not anymore. If you tried to wrap your head around the world economies, then profit from it and invest. Well, yeah. So I'm no financial person, but I will say that like I invest personally and privately on my own. There are certain random companies that are a really good bet right now. Like, Ever since NVIDIA announced that they're no longer making GPUs for consumers like me, like this 5080, this is like a one of a kind. Like that's not a thing anymore. They've decided that they're going to start retooling all their factories for these big mega data center GPUs, and so therefore, like if you have a NVIDIA GPU, it's pretty much like it's the end of an era, and so therefore AMD, the only other competitor in the space, they're blowing up like crazy. SanDisk, the clowns that make memory cards. I have 1 billion of them. Yeah, there's a bunch over there, but I'm not going to reach for them. SanDisk is another stock that's exploding. You know, the Taiwanese, whatever semiconductor stuff, like all of that is just absolutely flying right now. And even mineral and mining companies are doing really well right now because we need the stuff to facilitate all of this crap. And so you're absolutely right. If you can understand how some of these economies and some of these industries are being built, you can get in on some of the more foundational elements of it and probably make a pretty decent amount. But okay, so you're investing off what research makes sense. You look at what it needs, the building blocks. Like lithium is a tough one just because there's a huge ethical dilemma in that, just because of the way that they harvest that stuff. But there are ways to make money. Now, you're not going to like, you know, some of these tech bros that are, you know, day trading and stuff, probably not so much. Like, I don't do that because that's dumb, and people can find themselves in a world of hurt because the same way you can make money, you can lose money. And so really you just find some of these and you just buy it and hold it and do whatever. Crypto's the same thing. Like, I'm so grossly underwater. I made the mistake of checking the other day, and it was really disappointing. But who cares? You only play with it as much as you're willing to lose, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, semiconductors, even the fiber, what you were talking about earlier, some of these city council jackoffs are making a sweet amount of money because they bought stock in some of the fiber companies, some of the construction companies, right? They get kickbacks from there, and they're making a handsome profit off of that, all under the table, not necessarily under the table, but unbeknownst to the public. You know, they do it through shells, they do it through subsidiaries, they do it through nonprofits, and it's just like, it's awful. Space data centers are dumb. Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy.
If threatening economic collapse and the annihilation of human civilization weren't enough, AI data centers are now presenting a new problem: resources. A large data center will now put out enough heat for 100,000 homes into an increasingly hot atmosphere and slurp up enough water.
You said
for
underwater.
1,000
I still
families.
think yours is better.
Obviously, something is going to have to give if we want to continue to build out this infrastructure that no one actually wants. That's why recently some AI tech bros have suggested moving data centers here to space. But that's a stupid idea for almost every reason.
Yes.
It's kind of embarrassing, actually. Here's why.
Now entering the facility.
The idea of space-side AI data centers seems almost exclusively popularized by tech billionaires who believe that they would be doing physics if they weren't so busy not paying taxes. And if you don't understand simple physics, the idea does sound pretty smart. AI data centers need a lot of cooling.
So I'm going to make a few predictions before we get like all the way into this. This is awesome. One, I like this guy's style. He's probably going to get a sub from me. But yes, he's going to make the case that space is... Oh my God, to avoid the taxes in space. I never thought about that. Spaceland is free. It's a new frontier. Okay, frontier. Yeah, no, that's okay. That never even crossed my mind. That makes sense because technically, yeah, there's, but there's some sort of, I can't remember what it is, but there's a treaty or something where space is supposed to be equal and open to everybody. Or maybe it's the moon, or it's some lunar accord or some such bullshit like that. But anyways, he's going to make the case that space is either an empty vacuum, of which a very sensitive space station type dealio could live and survive and be just fine. Or he's going to make the case that we are constantly being bombarded by space particles and shit to where something that delicate, that fragile will just get shredded to pieces. And that is what I've always thought, because if you drive anywhere in the middle of the night where the star cover is big and the city lights are low, you can look up and it's near constant bombardment of shooting stars. And what are shooting stars? I have no idea. But I don't think that it's the calm, serene environment that they would need. Now, I'm all for venting heat into space for sure, but you think solar panels can create enough energy to run these GPUs? Like, no chance. Space is international and free. So they say. We'll see. Material evaporate in the Earth's atmosphere. They do, and what's interesting in my experience is that they evaporate the big ones literally evaporate about 30 feet from the ground, because I have been standing in the middle of nowhere and seen one come down and get so close to where it literally, I watched where it landed about like 10 yards away, and I walked over to see if I could find it, because I was like, please, are you kidding me? I'd be putting that shit in my pocket real fast. Nope, there's nothing there. There never is. It's always gone. Some people say it's ice. I'm like, oh, there's water raining from space. Like, I don't know. Some of the flat earth stuff, they talk about oxygen and the firmament breaking apart, and oxygen in solid form, and just it's a lot of fun stuff to think about and look at. But I really want to see the case he's about to make for space.
Space is really cold.
Or not make for space, I guess is the whole theme of this video. Data centers are so dumb in space.
Boom! AI data centers need a lot of power. There's infinite power from the sun in space. Boom! AI data centers need a lot of space. Space has all of that. Boom! You're welcome, shareholders. But like other very futuristic but ultimately totally impractical megastructures, AI data centers fall down as an idea if you know the physics.
If you think about it for more than 10 seconds, like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Also, fake being
Centers fall down as an idea if you know the physics.
Don't you also fake being a physicist?
Yes, Arya, but hoarding the equivalent of an entire country's wealth isn't the main reason why people take me seriously. It's the smolder. Ooh, try to resist that. You can't.
This guy's got big energy.
I won the staring contest.
And he's cringy as fuck. Let's go. I like this guy.
Let's start with the most reasonable reasons for space data centers and work towards the least, as they are all intertwined. Some SDC proponents make the case that moving artificial intelligence into space would be a boon for satellites that right now collect a lot of Earth observation data and then beam it down to the planet for processing.
You've never seen an actual picture of a satellite. It's all CGI renderings. I'm just going to throw that out there.
If that processing could be done by GPU clusters in space instead, it would make everything a lot faster and more efficient. This seems like a fine but niche use case. However, what makes the headlines are not the niche cases, but mega to gigawatt-sized AI installations in orbit, doing what they do on Earth.
We'll push right here.
Like make stupid chiropractic videos and destabilize the world economy. And almost everything about this idea is intro to engineering level wrong. There are 3 ways to transfer heat in this universe. The first is by conduction.
Oh, yes. Is he going to get into the metallurgy of actual like heat conduction, and yeah, how you do need a medium, whether it's air or water, to actually dissipate heat? Technically, it can be done in a vacuum, but not like, I hope he gets into the science of it, because I actually don't fully understand how you could dissipate heat in a vacuum. Let's find out.
Innumerable energy-conserving collisions, 2 objects in contact will reach an equilibrium temperature with each other as their atoms jiggle against one another. The second way is convection. This is like conduction, except that heat is moving from one place to another via the movement of fluids, like air swirling around a sweet Turk in the oven or water flowing past you in a pool.
A sweet Turk in the oven. All right, this dude's, it's happening. This guy's hilarious. I don't care. 2.8 mil, he's doing fine, but you know what? He's got mine. Who cares? Let's go.
That's why a summer swim is so refreshing. Water is a very good conductor, and new water is constantly conducting heat away from your body as you move.
You looked especially refreshed after that one time.
It was cold, Arya, okay? It's not always... moving on. There's basically nothing in space.
Citation needed.
So the dominant mode of heat transfer in the void is the There's basically nothing in space.
Citation needed.
So the dominant mode of heat transfer in the void is the third way, radiation. Everything with a temperature emits radiation as charged particles in matter speed up, slow down, excite, de-excite, and release energy in the form of photons of light as they do so. However, this is the least efficient way to transfer heat energy around. And so the main reason that everyone gives for moving data centers to space, cooling, is either ignorant of thermodynamics or ignoring it. We can put numbers to this because we already have stuff in space with significant cooling challenges. According to the AI ruining Google search, the very best GPUs put...
Yeah, because one thing that they don't, that I guess is also lost, that I'm sure he's going to touch on, is that yeah, in the Earth shade or moon shade, yeah, it gets to like negative 200 degrees, which is great for cooling. Yeehaw! But in Earth sun or moon sun or whatever, it gets to like plus 200 degrees. So you're not exactly going to be cooling under those conditions, and that's in a 24-hour cycle unless you have them somehow orbitally programmed to stay in the shade, which I guess could be done theoretically.
About 1,000 watts of waste heat. That's about 10 times more waste heat than your body produces, which is kind of crazy to think about. Today's data centers...
10,000?
That's about 10 times more waste heat than your body produces, which is kind of crazy to think about. Today's data centers can have more than 100,000 of these GPUs, which means 100 million watts of heat that has to go somewhere. Why not space? Well, the biggest and best heat radiating technology that we have in space is on the International Space Station. The radiators are right here in between.
Which is crazy. Okay, so I don't know if people know this, but a rumor has it that Elon Musk won a contract that they're going to tow the International Space Station back into atmosphere because it's old. Just sit with that for a minute. I'm gonna go off on a little bit of a tangent here because this pisses me off like you wouldn't believe. Elon Musk won a contract, a bid, to tow the International Space Station, which took decades to build, and who knows how many rocket launches and shuttle launches to build. He's going to tow it back into the atmosphere because it's old. Even though if you look at it from a real estate point of view, it is still a choice piece of real estate. It is still vacuum sealed. It is still operational. It still has good bones. Why they don't just send up Dragon Pods or whatever they're called that have new wiring, rewire the whole thing, right? Like, bring some more modern computers up there. Swap out the circuit boards one by one by one by one. It's still cheaper than, what are they going to do? Rebuild the entire thing? Turn the International Space Station into a fucking data center instead of tow it back into the atmosphere. Why would you do that? Every time I think about it, I get so angry because it's like, again, all these people that, people think I'm weird for engaging with the flat earth stuff because I love it. I'm playing devil's advocate. It's awesome. But it makes no sense. Why would you do that when you could just expand on it? You could just send module after module after module to where you could literally just expand from here and to 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 here. And then slowly, maybe you do start, detaching certain components and let them drift away or burn up in the atmosphere. Who cares? But the idea that you're going to tow the entire thing in and destroy it and start over makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. None. In
the solar panels and have a surface area of 42 square meters. According to NASA, this area can reject around 14,000 watts of heat into deep space. Do you see the problem? It's with the number of zeros. To cool just one space data center like we do the ISS would require over 7,000 times the surface area, 300,000 square meters. This is the size of the International Space Station, and this would be the size of a single space data center with the requisite cooling panels. The ISS was the most expensive construction project in human history, and you're telling me that to solve the AI resource problem, we're going to put hundreds or even thousands of these monstrosities into orbit in 5 to 10 years with current technology? Someone slept through Thermodynamics 101.
But Kyle, shouldn't we at least move AI data centers to space so that they can have infinite sun energy and not use any of our energy on Earth?
Actually, Fun Voice, no. And for the same simple reason. Surface area. Most of you have never been to space, but that doesn't mean that you don't know how heat transfer in space.
Yeah, and solar energy is the least efficient. You have to keep the panels clean. They have to be optimally pointed at the sun. And even then, they still, for the amount of space that they take up and the amount of energy they produce, they're still the most inefficient, of any form of renewable energy. Windmills do a better job. Hydro is still the best because it has such a kinetic, mechanical energy attached to it, like the momentum of moving water. Wind turbines, if you have enough of them and they're government subsidized, fine, whatever. But solar panels are crap. I mean, if you have a homestead, sure, they're great. If you live in a van, then they're fine. But so far as large scale run, everyone knows, anyone who's dealt with solar panels in a hobby capacity knows that you ain't running nothing big off of solar panels unless you have a battery bank attached to it that has the ability to charge and store, especially when it comes to nighttime and bad weather.
Actually works. In fact, I'd reckon that many of you have had first-hand experience with it. Case in point, this is a thermos. This is my Yeti thermos. It's fantastic. You can also get these cool Demon Core and nuclear waste warning sign stickers at shop.kylehill.net. Anyway, how a thermos like this can keep ice cubes ice for 24 hours is the fact that they use the vacuum, just like space has. So inside of this Yeti thermos, you have two stainless steel walls. In between those walls is nothing. It has been evacuated of air. Now, because of this, there is no physical medium through which you can have conduction or convection. So on the inside, on the inner wall, you have ice water, and then you have nothingness, and then you have this outer wall exposed to the environment. Because this interstitial space is effectively the vacuum of space, heat can only transfer through radiation, meaning that heat transfers very slowly, meaning that your water stays cold. In fact, I've done some calculations about heating and cooling in space before, and I think it would take the human body, which is mostly water, like over a day, if not many more days, to freeze all the way through if you ejected a body into outer space, which hasn't happened yet.
Oh, interesting. It hasn't happened yet. I wonder why. Because we never got there, or who knows. But no, that's interesting. And then they also make the argument for decompression because we're water. Again, if you watch any movie ever, the decompression is what once a human body is no longer under the 14.5 whatever psi atmosphere is, all of the water in your body essentially just explodes. Like all those little molecules fracture and explode and expand, and so I would imagine that helps the freezing process. But I've never heard what he's talking about because I don't think it's ever been studied because we've never done that. So how could we possibly know? I'm sure it's happened by accident if it's a real thing.
Anyway, it's fun engineering examples like this that brings the void a little bit closer to the vacuum that is your mouth. That's how you drink stuff. You create a vacuum in your whatever. I forgot to put ice in it. You get it. Yes, there's a giant fusion reactor in the sky, but getting power in space isn't exactly a walk-on cake, or whatever humans say. Solar power is good, but it requires a lot of surface area, and the panels themselves are heavy, and that makes them expensive to get into orbit. Chemical fuel is very energy dense, but it's also very heavy, and therefore expensive.
You're going to say something about nuclear power now, aren't you?
No, Arya. Even the nuclear technology that we currently have in space, radioisotope thermoelectric generators, are relatively weak in the amount of electricity that they can produce. So how are we going to actually make all those short films that get ratio?
Because they suffer from the same exact problem, which nuclear reactors that cause a nuclear reaction which heats water, and then heated water spins a turbine, and the turbine is what generates electricity. Like, that's how it's always been done. Like, when I was a kid, I used to think that nuclear, just for some reason, you just, put two jumper cables to a nuclear reactor and it's creating electricity. That's not how it works. Nuclear fission is what heats water, and that's why you have the cores that go up and down. That's what happened at Chernobyl. They were running a test, they overloaded it, it flash boiled the water, which caused an explosion. Blew everything sky high. That was a fun rabbit hole I went down last week. But yeah, so you would have the same exact problem. You can't have, I guess technically you could have water in space as a closed loop system, but nuclear reactors use fission to heat water, which spins a turbine, which generates electricity. To try to haul all of that up into space doesn't make any sense.
Showed on Twitter by moving those hot, giant racks to space.
Excuse me?
GPUs, Arya. What did you think I meant? The best comparison is, again, the International Space Station. It has the largest solar panels ever deployed in space. Two 1,000-kilogram retractable blankets of 33,000 solar arrays each. These engineering marvels can produce 200 kilowatts of power in direct sunlight.
That's pretty
An
awesome.
NVIDIA H200 GPU draws 700 watts at full slop. You don't have to act like you understand physics to do the simple math here. Just line up the zeros.
Hold on.
You don't have to act. An NVIDIA H200 GPU draws 700 watts at full slop. You don't have to act like you understand physics to do the simple math here. Just line up the zeros. It would take at least 300 ISS-sized solar arrays to power just one large space data center, and probably many more than that, due to inefficiencies, cooling, redundancies, etc. You're telling me that in the next few years we're going to successfully launch nearly 500,000 kilograms into space per data center, safely, efficiently, and economically? Really?
Really? Really?
This is not a serious idea for serious people, and honestly,
No, it's not.
exhausting. We are constantly stuck in a loop of some guy with too much money proposing something ridiculous, and we all have to waste our time hearing about it, the news has to waste their time covering it, and scientists have to waste their time backtracking to first principles and interviews about it. It's just...
Deep breaths, big man.
Oh my God, I love this guy. He's so right. He's so right. They come up with these harebrained ideas that give people hope, and that's all it is hopium. And you're right. You have some, they have to go back to first principles. Be like, oh yeah, it sounded good, but that's all it was. It sounded good. Even Dyson Sphere. Like, come on, man. Like, these are all principles that have been tried and tested and advertised to the public, and everyone's like, oh yeah, and then it's like, oh well, actually we actually can't do it yet. It's like, we're not there yet, but maybe one day. And it's like, oh my God, but nobody knows that. They just know, oh, we put data centers in space. Wouldn't it be perfect? It's cold up there, right? Like, they don't understand everything else that comes with it, and they don't care to understand everything that comes with it.
Hey, Why don't you talk about radiation? You love that.
Oh yeah, good thinking. Radiation in space may not immediately incapacitate astronauts, but if space data centers are to constantly and carefully process terabytes of data in the void, radiation in space and in orbit is going to be a real risk to sensitive electronics and data integrity.
Van Allen radiation belts, that's still one of the greatest cards to play ever. That is literally the fucking Uno reverse on a lot of flat Earth and space debates.
Unstoppable solar storm wiping out the majority of humanity's compute in just a day seems like a bad thing. And the shielding against that thing is going to be heavy and therefore expensive and therefore hard to get into space. Honestly, space is one of the last places where I'd want the majority of humanity's digital throughput to be. It's hard to get stuff there, it's hard to power stuff there, it's hard to maintain stuff there, it's hard to move stuff there out of the way if debris is heading at it at Mach. It's going to be hard for...
Yes, if debris is headed there at Mach. That's awesome. Oh my god, this guy is amazing.
Astronomers to see stuff in the night sky if they're filled with all these shareholder-driven monstrosities with these giant panels so many times larger than the International Space Station. Why are we still talking about this? Sorry, I was slop mopping again. Look, data centers in space is a fun idea, but it's a sci-fi idea like space elevators or Dyson spheres. If all of the oxygen wasn't continuously being sucked out of the room by money vampires, we could entertain better ideas. For example, some companies are looking to put AI data centers at the bottom of the ocean, where it's really cold, there's excellent conduction and convection, and there's near infinite water for cooling. But they're being drowned out by all this other stuff that we're forced to hear about, or, and this is just a thought, we could not cover the entire world in GPUs that we don't want.
I like that idea.
I don't have big crazy ideas that'll never work.
Nope, I like that idea a lot. And yeah, the people make the argument that, oh, it's going to heat the oceans. It's like, dude, it's no different than a fucking volcanic vent underwater where you could be at the fucking Marianas Trench and yeah, it's super cold, but then right next to it you see literally a plume of superheated water coming out of a natural formation at the bottom of the ocean. Nobody bitches about that. Nobody wags their finger at it. Who cares? Putting them underwater is an awesome idea because it takes a, what is it? It's not Kelvin. A joule. A joule is a measurement of electricity or energy where it takes the amount of energy it takes to raise 1 pound of water by 1 degree or 1 gallon of water by 1 degree. And that's always been a thing for boiling water, right? Because boiling water is hard to do. The most efficient way to do it is with flame, combustion, a gas of some kind, wood fire. Trying to boil water with electricity or even a microwave is, it costs more energy, if you will. And so the idea of, and by that principle, the easiest way to cool it would be to put it at the bottom of an ocean or a body of water where I don't care how much cooling it needs. You wouldn't need, you're not going to affect a massive body of water. There's just too much of it. Now, how you would circulate that water, and again, keeping all this closed loop so you're not leaking stuff into the water, and would the RF radiation start throwing off the fish and the whales and whatever else like that? Those are all other questions to ask. But yeah, I do think that building them underwater is definitely the better play for sure.
Until next time.
Administrator, the antimatter ramjet Venusian apartment levitator is ready for testing.
You'll see. In 5 to 10 years, we'll have them. I'll talk about it on a podcast and get $1 billion. You'll see. You're just not kind of playing the chess that I'm playing. I'm playing 4D chess. You're such a... I'm Sigma. I'm a Sigma. You're not Sigmas.
A Sigma. Oh,
now
no.
exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff here at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of this here video. If you want to join the facility, if you want videos early, if you want to enter our private Discord through the blast doors, if you want private live streams with me, if you want each and every episode of the Office Hours podcast, and to drape on a not evil hoodie, go to patreon.com/Kyle Hill and join the facility today. And hey, if you support us just enough, you're going to have your name in every single video. Woohoo! There's so many of you, I don't know how I'm going to pass this little remainder of the time. Look, for niche applications, AI is going to be amazing. Like we have niche applications for nuclear technology in space and Antarctica and on the moon and things like that. You can have AI for very niche applications like solving protein folding problems and stuff like that. But when you suggest the most ludicrous extrapolation of the technology and say we should put them all in space, it very clearly indicates to me that you aren't a serious person thinking through these things seriously, or at the very least, surrounding yourself with people who are serious people thinking about these things seriously. And that should seriously scare you.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
Me, and disappoint us.
Nope, I fully agree. This guy is legit. He is on the money. What an awesome creator. I have not seen his sense of humor is hilarious. Like all of it. That's awesome. Data AI Center. Water is a distraction. Okay, I want to save this one. I think I already did. We're going to save that one. We're going to watch this one
Data
next.
centers are part
Oops, nope. We're going to watch that one next. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be live. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark, which is pretty awesome. A part of me kind of wants to get down on some gaming just to kind of see if I can't draw in another slice of audience. Because, you know, who really gives a shit about robotics and news and data centers? We did kind of stray from the path, though, getting into oil and gas, just because it is fun to talk about. And there's a lot of tomfoolery going on in oil and gas right now with ethanol. Don't look into it, or do look into it, but I can't really speculate on it. Or better yet, I don't want to get caught speculating on it. So we'll leave that one right there. But yeah, these data centers are crazy. That's awesome. It's funny that this dude mentioned water, and then here it is. And to avoid taxes, that is so crazy. I never thought about that. It makes sense, and permitting and all that. But no, I get really triggered, for lack of a better term, when it comes to the ISS, because like my dad bought the space stuff like lock, stock, wholesale, like because when he was growing up, right, in the 50s, like he really admired and looked up to astronauts, and that was a huge achievement to see and to witness in his lifetime of walking on the moon. And so when I played devil's advocate with him with the flat earth stuff, like it's not that he doesn't get mad, he just kind of gets disappointed. Like one time, I think one of the first times I mentioned it to him, he immediately, the next time I went to go see him, he was like, come on, let's go on a trip. And I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, he wanted to go to Space Center Houston, which he used to take me as a kid all the time. And so that just really twists the knife so far as how much I broke his heart when I talked about flat earth for the first time. But we went to Space Center Houston as adults, which was odd, but yet still fun. And it was just funny because every time we hit like an exhibit or something, he would look at me and just be like, you know, you really think that's fake? You really think that's whatever? And I'm like, so for example, we were standing outside of the replica of the moon lander, and I'm looking at him and I'm like, you really think that thing landed on the moon? It's covered in foil. It's covered in foil. Like, look at it. Does that look like, that looks like something out of an 80s or a 70s sci-fi movie? Like, it looks terrible. And so, you know, do I buy it? No, I do not. But it is fascinating. And we don't really talk about that anymore. Like, not that it's a taboo subject, but we just don't talk about it anymore. Because it's fruitless, right? Like, some people's minds will never be changed. And when you start threatening someone's worldview, they will automatically become very defensive. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the way it is. So, it is what it is, but let's check out this next video. I want to see what he's talking about. Data center water is a distraction.
Data centers are part of our everyday lives.
Our data centers are the home base for Meta's technologies and services.
Data centers use cooling systems. It pulls in outside air and some water to make the air cooler.
Wherever we do use water, we are committed to doing so responsibly.
We care about saving water and building data centers that are good for communities and the planet.
What started as an announcement for one data center has evolved into plans for multiple.
A massive data center is suing over water rights to the Colorado River.
The river is also suffering from a historic drought.
Industry estimates show a single hyperscale data center could use up to 1 billion gallons of water a year.
Families in the area are...
These are inconceivable numbers, dude. Like, it wasn't too long ago that we were bitching about the lack of water in California because it was so much of it was being diverted to like avocado farms, right? There were people who literally had to bathe and flush toilets with bottled water because they would open the tap at their house and nothing would come out. And yet these are some of the same communities that are not very far away and they want to put a data center. And yet somehow they're getting the green light to build these things, even though the water does not exist there, or it does, and they've just kept it hidden from the public. It's just been behind a paywall. Maybe it's been there the whole time. Who knows?
starting to see their water pressure decrease. It is decimating their water quality.
Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
Making sure that we have that balance, those are questions that have to be answered.
Transparency regarding water use and environmental impacts is severely limited.
The latest reason to oppose AI isn't artistic or economic. It's physical. The robots are coming for our water, billions of gallons of it, and that number is only...
Now, I'm not a big AOC fan, but I will say that I'm happy that she's doing this. Now, again, this is slightly disingenuous, only because This is well water from the manufacturing, the actual building of the data center, which if you build anything anywhere, you're going to disturb the sediment and the runoff, and there's going to be a lot of collateral damage until after whatever the building is that's final. Once it's built and everything has settled and the runoff has restabilized, a lot of that really it wouldn't be that dramatic. But yeah, if you're building anything, it doesn't matter what you could build a parking lot. And if you were to take samples of well water near and stormwater near and around that construction site, it's going to look like that. So do I appreciate that she's doing this? Yes. Do I think it's a genuine example of what's happening? No. Do I think data centers are messing up well water? Absolutely.
Going to increase in the near future. How can you think anything else when you read the headlines and see viral videos like this?
I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's situation. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
But are AI data centers really uniquely poisonous water guzzlers, on track to drink up both jobs and H2O? Or is their water usage more of a distraction than it is damning? That's complicated. The best indicator I get that a question is really good is when I'm asked about it in the real world, outside of the algorithm and the echo chamber. I was asked to make one of my most successful videos ever by my hairdresser after she learned I was going to Japan. I've been asked about AI data center water use no less than 4 times in MeatSpace, and after looking into it, I realized why. There's a serious information gap here, similar to a topic like nuclear waste. AI water use is not the killer argument it seems to be, no matter how much even I am willing to believe it. But before we tackle the very complicated topic that is AI and water use, today's video is sponsored by the only service I currently use to help me sift through many different media outlets and see how they're covering the exact same story.
News.
Like this one. Ground News.
Everybody uses Ground News.
Is an app
I've
and
never
website
actually used them, but a lot of people use them as a sponsor. I've heard it's really
one
good.
Place according to political bias, publishing practices, who owns the media outlet, and more, giving you the all too critical transparency that we desperately need today. Honestly, Ground News across platforms has the best cross-section of any one topic that I've seen. My favorite thing that Ground News does is serve me up stories from across the political spectrum in one place, so that I can check my own bias and maybe even my own echo chamber. For example, here's another headline about AI and water use that's kind of spooky. Before I dig too far into it, I scroll all the way down to see how different media outlets are covering the same story. So you can see there's 100 different versions of this headline, and many of them are falling into the same statistical pitfalls that we're about to go through in this very video. In a day and age where it seems like a lot of people don't read past a headline, framing and checking that framing is very important. I also wake up in the morning and check my blind spot feed, where Ground News gives me stories that I wouldn't otherwise see in a very curated information landscape. Obviously, practicing good hygiene on the internet right now is very important, and Ground News has been endorsed by the Nobel Peace Center for their effect on media literacy. If you want to try Ground News like me, you can currently get 40% off the All Access Vantage plan that I use by going to this link on screen in the description or by scanning this QR code. It is extremely refreshing to not be served stories that depend on how much they are emojied to. It forces me to actually think about what I think about a topic.
Yes.
And that's what we're going to do right now with AI and water use.
This is why, everything he just mentioned is why I have such disdain for journalism. That word makes me angry. It shouldn't, but it does. Because he's exactly right. And that's why, good news about Ground News. Like, I have it. I just don't pay for it yet. I just use it because there is a free version out there too. His Vantage plan is the one that gives you all the unfettered tools and stuff like that, which is very cool. But yeah, people don't read past a headline. Like nowadays, like we are such short form conditioned that we just see a headline and boom, people just off to the races. It just immediately gets archived into their worldview that this is what's happening. And it's like, yeah, but did you actually read the article? Did you actually look it up for yourself? Like, this is where discernment plays a huge role in things, and people don't really have a whole lot of discernment these days. And it's that's scary.
Why do data centers use water? Simply put, the CPUs and GPUs they run on are hotter than Jensen Huang in a leather jacket. No, seriously. A single data center powering GPU puts out 10 times more heat than a human body. And there can be 100,000 of these inside a center, meaning that...
His last video said 700 watts. Now this video says 1,200 watts. I didn't check the date on that last one. This might be more
a large
modern.
facility needs to get rid of 100 megawatts of heat, 100 million joules of energy per second, to make sure that their endless racks of chips operate efficiently and without damage. This is why billionaires say dumb things about putting data centers in space.
That's the one we just watched.
The heating and cooling problem is serious enough for crazy ideas. Water is an ideal cooling medium because it can absorb a lot of heat before changing phase, it's non-toxic, it's relatively abundant, and it's cheap. For now.
So, one of the most efficient ways to cool anything since the beginning of human industry is to simply run some free water over it or through it.
It's true. Pure water is still one of the best coolants ever. Like, even in your car, the only reason why your car coolant looks the way that it looks is it has anti-corrosion additives added into it. And there's a few that kind of manipulate the boiling point and the freezing point just so that your car doesn't freeze in the wintertime, which is a good way to destroy your engine. If solid water freezes in your engine, it'll split it the same way it'll split the engine block, the same way it'll split the sidewalk. So they do stuff in there to change the freezing point, and they'll do certain things to change the boiling point because your radiator, it's under pressure. Most engines run at about 210 degrees. Water boils at like 138. And so in a pressurized system, it raises the boiling point, but they also put additives in there. But anyways, at the end of the day, in a pressurized system, the water wouldn't boil. Running pure as the driven snow distilled water is the best way to cool an engine.
But water cooling doesn't necessarily mean water use. The difference matters. In studies of data center water use, the literature makes...
And they also do anti-electrolysis, so that you don't accidentally cause electrolysis from the engines being electrical and grounded and all that blah, blah, blah. Mineral water, for example, can cause a lot of corrosion, especially in an aluminum engine. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there.
Since the beginning of human industry is to simply run some free water over it or through it. But water cooling doesn't necessarily mean water use. The difference matters. In studies of data center water use, the literature makes the distinction between water withdrawal and water consumption. Water withdrawal is the removal of water from some system, like a power plant taking water in from an ocean or river. Water consumption is the fraction of that water that is used up or not returned to the system, usually because of evaporation. The difference between these two values is water returned, like the slightly heated water coming out of a power plant and back to the sea. So, for example, a cooling system that withdraws a lot of water but returns 80% of it is very different than a cooling system that withdraws water but consumes 80% of it. This is where the apparent water use problem starts. The majority of data centers in the United States currently use water for evaporative cooling. This is when GPU heat is dumped directly into water and up to 80% of it is lost to the environment as water vapor. This kind of cooling...
But I don't think it's lost. It might go back to as vapor, but it literally would come back down as rainfall. It's no different than when you see those nuclear stacks that you see the big, huge plumes coming out of the top. That's steam. That's water cooling the thing. That's the turbine exhaust. That is then now steam that just goes into the atmosphere, becomes clouds, and ultimately comes back down as rainfall. So why that's considered a loss, I'm not entirely sure. I guess because it's not coming back as a liquid. Because it's going out as a vapor, it is gone. As opposed to if it came back out as a liquid, like you just said about the power plants returning to sea, is slightly warmer. That makes more sense. So, okay, I got that wrong.
It consumes a lot of water, but is very efficient on electricity. Again, water can take in a lot of heat before it evaporates away, which removes that heat from the system, reducing the need for fans or other cooling systems that use more electricity. This is the same reason why you both sweat on a hot day and need to drink a lot of water to supply that sweat. You're literally a walking data center with evaporative cooling. Of course, other industries like agriculture and power production also use a lot of water. Why you see headlines like this is because many data centers are using potable water, fresh and/or treated water that humans use for drinking and washing. Why? Well, CPUs and GPUs are literally some of the most complicated, delicate things humans have ever made. They can take thousands of individual steps to make and are now at the literal edge of physics, pushing up against the barriers of quantum mechanics.
Which is fucking fascinating. That is another rabbit hole for another day. When you watch people zoom in, and maybe he'll show it, he's fixing to show it. When you zoom in and you see how small some of these transistors are in these cores, and even watching the way that they actually build these layer by layer on the wafer, it's unbelievable. It truly is, like, it is a form of magic. I can't really describe it any more than, like, it's insane how small. It's unfathomable how small it is, because 6 microns, I think, is what he's fixing to get to, is about the size of a human hair. And these go even smaller. Or no, maybe it's 60 microns as a human hair. Whatever.
The dirtier the water that cools them, the more that they can corrode or accumulate contaminating minerals or even grow bacteria. In fact, when the chips that go into these technologies are produced, they have to use water 1,000 times purer than drinking water to help do so. This adds to the overall amount of water data centers consume. It should be said that data center builders do seem at least aware of this drinking water problem, and of the public's problem with it. A growing percentage of data centers are either using or promising to use other forms of cooling, like chilled air, recycled wastewater, and even direct immersion of hardware. These methods can increase the electricity needed by the center, but they drastically reduce the amount of water it consumes. We will get to the electricity-water trade-off a bit later. The punchline here is that there are ways for an AI data center to consume less potable water, even no water, and companies are actively trying them. But the worst-case scenario these headlines highlight does exist. A so-called hyperscale data center using municipal drinking water to evaporatively cool racks of 100,000 plus GPUs in a water-strained area like a desert. Is the water use in this worst case actually a problem compared to water use in the general case?
To me, it goes without saying. It goes without saying. If you're going to try to build a data center in a desert environment where water is already a struggle, yes, any more stress on that system is bad. Like, it doesn't matter how much it is. Any stress on that system is going to be bad.
These numbers are eye-watering, but in context, do they compare to industries and applications of similar scope and scale? If they don't, then this specific argument against AI data centers doesn't hold water, and maybe we should focus on bigger issues like power, heat, and literally losing our minds. If I had to choose the single biggest failing in any kind of scientific or health-related reporting, it would be misrepresenting numbers. As Daryl Huff points out in the classic How to Lie with Statistics, a book everyone should read, this is most often done by hiding a baseline absolute number or percentage to focus on a relative one that is more dramatic. Here's an example. You've probably seen a headline that reads something like, "Forever Chemicals increases the rate of schizophrenia by 50%. Don't worry, I'm making this up. This sounds terrifying.
It doesn't sound like he's making it up. That actually sounds extremely real. Whoopsie. Sorry. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I'm trying to find my own live stream and to see if it's actually still working because I have a hunch that it crashed. It's happened before. It'll happen again. I don't really care, but it might prompt me to do a restart. That's a weird thing to leave up there, so we're gonna back it up a few frames. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. Boom. Let's get some more light up in here. Up in here. Yeah, I do want to do that right quick. This is stupid, and I know it is, but I want to try to find myself right quick. Just to see if it's working, right? Oh, look at that. It is working. Cool. Working, right? Sweet. Okay, we're going to take that dude. I'm going to throw it over here out of the way. Just so I can keep tabs on it. YouTube is far less reliable than Twitch, which is odd, but it is what it is. So it's still working. That's good. Okay, we'll leave it here. And look at that. For some reason, in WebView, what the fudge? I wonder why. Why am I broadcasting in portrait mode instead of landscape? On my phone, I assumed it would be portrait mode. Oh, interesting. Failed to fetch settings from YouTube. Okay, that's why. We're probably not on YouTube right now. Whatever. Can we do updating? Okay. Well, I can't change it unless I take the stream down and start over. That's really weird. I don't know why it looks like this. It shouldn't look like this. The whole point of broadcasting in this way is that this format that you're looking at right now on Twitch should be what you see on your phone. Sorry, hold on. Checking. I wonder what the delay is. It's like 7 seconds? 10 seconds. Come on, do it. Yeah, so me jumping back and forth means absolutely nothing. What is wrong with the world? If I turn off vertical canvas, does it change anything? Probably not. I don't know. Fucking. It's always something, man. It's always something. Whatever.
One that is more dramatic. Here's an example. You've probably seen a headline that reads something like, "Forever Chemicals increases the rate of schizophrenia by 50%. Don't worry, I'm making this up. This sounds terrifying. I wouldn't buy any product that had that chemical in it, would you? But this is a relative increase in the incidence of schizophrenia. What is the absolute incidence? Schizophrenia currently affects about 1.2% of US adults. A 50% increase brings this to 1.8%. Suddenly, the headline doesn't sound nearly as scary, does it? At least not as much as using the relative number did. Obscuring the absolute by focusing on the relative is lying with statistics. You'll notice that all of these headlines are using relative comparisons and numbers. Reporting on the number of gallons consumed only technically matters if we know how it compares to how many gallons are available, right? Water consumption is only as dire as these stories say if the data centers are as uniquely thirsty as they imply. If not, then the real conversation we could be having is around water use in general and what it should be allocated for. It's projected that by 2028, data centers in the United States, and not just for AI, but for everything that data centers do, internet and streaming movies, will be consuming between 144 and 276 billion liters of water a year.
Billion
This is
with a B. That's an outrageous amount. I am so perturbed by this, dude. I'm not going to lie. This happens every single time. This is why we test things, right? Duh. But why it's doing this? I want to see our latest live stream. And I don't know how to check to see if we are live on YouTube. Why can't I pull it up? Why can't I search for myself? News. What is the name of the stream? News. Oh, boom. There it is. No, I want to watch it, stupid. Video details and whatever. Okay. Oh, boom, there it is. Ah, okay, so we are going live to YouTube. Hot dog, look at there. But it's backwards. This is not what I wanted. I wanted... I was hoping it'd be the other way around. I wonder if I'm fudging my own numbers right now by doing this. Okay, they're both muted, but... Okay, so yeah, this is YouTube. I guess this is just so we're horizontal to YouTube and we're portrait mode to Twitch, which makes no sense, but who cares? Whatever. It should have been the other way around, but I don't care.
Huge number, but it's still high. But for everything that data centers do, internet and streaming movies, will be consuming between 144 and 276 billion liters of water a year. This is a huge number, but it's still relative. What is the baseline? The United States uses a lot of water. A lot. In 2015, the United States consumed an estimated 1.2 trillion liters of water per day. That's 443 trillion liters of water per year. By simple math, water for all data centers in the United States represents a rounding error of overall water consumption. But it's not fair to compare a few thousand data centers to everything that a country does, from cooling power plants to taking showers. So let's compare AI water use to something less consequential. This is how much water Americans use to water their golf courses. This is how much water they use to water their lawns. Adding back in the consequential stuff, this is the amount of water Americans use to generate power, and this is the water they use to make food. This is the projected total data center water consumption in 2028. What? If this chart is surprising, it's because most of us never really think about where our water was going and how much of it there is.
No way.
An accurate conversation about how much water data centers use can't get around this fact. If we're serious about freshwater allocation, golf courses should concern us way more. And making corn grow more efficiently should be way ahead of all of these debates. We should talk more about water use generally, especially as climate change...
I'm trying really hard to keep an open mind here, but for some reason that doesn't track. I don't know why, but that doesn't track. But I'm going to keep an open mind. We're learning stuff today. I don't know everything.
About water use generally, especially as climate change changes the equation. But singling out data centers without context is not going to help make that happen. All things being equal, AI data centers will not uniquely affect available drinking water in the United States. But of course, all things aren't equal. Water is not evenly distributed, and right now, the majority of data centers are in fact being built in areas that have strained water budgets. That's a hard-to-defend idea. Any significant water use in these areas will have an outsized effect on local communities. And then news stories highlighting this real problem will again skew our understanding of what the baseline is. The complaints from residents in these stories are real, just not really representative. And I worry it crowds out news on other growing problems. Data center construction sites are creating local traffic jams. Their 24/7 information processing is increasing noise pollution, which some communities are claiming affects them like infrasonic weapons. Data centers are paving over many square kilometers of land, like compute parking lots, without providing an acceptable number of long-term jobs on that land. Jamming tens of thousands of whirring GPUs into expansive, flat buildings is also creating invisible islands of heat pollution, the extent of which companies are being less than honest about, as my friend Dr. Joe Hansen recently explored. But even here, with local environments at stake, we have to be careful about lying with statistics. This now viral tweet claimed that one of the largest planned data center projects will put out the equivalent heat of 23 Hiroshima bombs per day into the surrounding Utah salt and soil. My knee-jerk reaction to this was that it couldn't be true, but that's because, like a country's water use, I didn't know the baseline value of heating in that area. This helpful Redditor checked the math, and it is indeed exactly true. However, he notes that the comparison is misleading, because an atomic bomb, of course, releases all its energy in milliseconds, which is very different than dumping heat out of cooling towers over 24 hours. He then shows that it's even more misleading by noting that the total energy hitting the same square footage each day just from the sun is equal to 50 Hiroshima bombs, more than double the data center value. None of this is to say that the proposed 40,000-acre build will be thermally tolerable. One physics professor calculated that dumping this much heat into a high desert environment, and a valley no less, could raise the nighttime temperature there by 28 degrees Fahrenheit. That's insane. That's like terraforming. And apparently, the energy technology that's supposed to supply the 9 gigawatts of power for the facility is currently being hidden from the community by NDA. Will the community actually trust the developer of this project, Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary, to put these real environmental concerns above profit? I'm not so sure. Interesting engineering side note here. Because data centers are built relatively flat and expansive, instead of tall and skinny like a skyscraper, they trap heated air closer to the ground, which can then simply roll over into nearby communities instead of moving up and dissipating in the atmosphere. This exacerbates the heat island effect. If there's one problem that does have the numbers behind it, though, it's power. If the absolute amount of projected data center water use is small by comparison, the amount of electricity it's going to use is not. It's estimated that by 2028, data centers will be using 17% of all U.S. electricity.
That's insane. That's absolutely nuts. 17% of all whatever. I just realized that YouTube's been private this entire time. So, my bad. I'm just now coming up onto YouTube. But we might turn that off, too, because I don't know. I get in trouble on YouTube from time to time. But no, that's insane. To have data centers consuming 17% of electricity, I would imagine they're already, like, at least, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5%. But, dude, 17% of anything, that's a lot. Dude, that's when you're talking about electricity as a whole. And you look at, you know, when they say one data center uses as much as 400,000 houses or 40,000 households. Again, it's easy to hear those numbers. It's not easy to conceptualize those numbers. If I were to put you in a plane and we go fly over a neighborhood of 40,000 houses and tell you that meanwhile, like the entire time we're flying over these houses, I'm telling you, oh, by the way, all of these houses, all of the electricity plumbed and wired to these houses, the average, right? They got refrigerators running, they got video games running, they got their lights on, the ACs on, hot water heaters, the whole 9 yards. All of that electricity is going to that data center. Now, all of a sudden, you can start kind of conceptualizing what that is. And it's a struggle for people. It's so easy to hear all these big, huge numbers, but to actually put it into perspective is tough. But 17% of anything is a lot.
That's a shocking number. That means more pressure on aging power grids, higher electricity bills for some consumers, possibly even a complete shift in how areas get basic power, and even more water use, as the electricity will likely come from thermoelectric power plants that themselves withdraw a significant fraction of the country's available water. Yes, this will happen even if companies succeed in building out all of the nuclear power that's currently promised.
And again, they're promising to build it, but it's not, unless they standardize it, unless they come up with a design that can be standardized. I mean, honestly, they need to have the same standards. They need to be smaller. I think you need to have multiple small ones as opposed to 6 or 7 big ones, to where if you lose one, it's not a disaster. If one of them malfunctions, you can safely shut it down and still have, 7 out of 8 of them still functioning, as opposed to having like 1 or 2, to where if you lose one, you lose such a monumental amount to where now you have to stress the other one while you're trying to fix the first one. And by the time you fix the first one, the second one's starting to break down. Like, you know what I mean? To share the load. And not to mention, I think you minimize the nuclear waste. You minimize the disaster. If it were to run away and something bad were to happen, you'd rather a small one, melt down than a big one. But yet they've been talking about that forever. And that was one of the big things that encouraged me when it came to data centers, was that Trump was going to allow them to start building their own power facilities. And so you had all these big brain tech bros that were going to put their heads together and figure out how to generate power, and even nuclear. And we really haven't seen the fruits of that. Like, they maybe they're working on it in the background somewhere, but we really haven't seen any of that actually take shape. But what we have seen is these turbine generators being delivered to these sites. I mean, they are building turbine generators as fast as they possibly can. And rumor has it they're backlogged for the next 7 or 8 years. Like, that's a company I'd like to get in with, financially, because I bet you their profit margins are looking pretty damn good right now. And that's and some of them have over 50 of these turbine generators, which is 25 commercial airplanes just sitting on your property at half throttle all the time. Like, there's your noise pollution, there's your just overall general pollution. And not to mention the fuel that needs to be delivered to these sites on a near constant basis. And the irony is that if it's a turbine generator that you're using, you're now taking the fuel that could be going to airplanes is now going to generators to run these data centers. And so that's going to disrupt that market ever so slightly, or maybe a lot, who knows. And now airfare, it's the snake eating its own tail. But yeah, this is something else. Whoops.
As your local nuclear doctor, I feel obligated to tell you that nuclear power plants do withdraw a lot of water, something that we haven't really talked about. In fact, they consume a similar amount of water as coal plants. The important difference between the two technologies, of course, is nuclear's advantages in energy density, pollution, capacity factor, and carbon footprint.
This is the misconception that I was talking about earlier. Most people think that nuclear is it's just a nuclear reactor and you can just put a positive and a negative and boom, you get electricity. No. Nuclear fission is what heats water. Heated water goes through a turbine. Coal plants. Coal superheats water. Hot water goes through a turbine, generates electricity. Like natural gas plant. Natural gas heats water. Water goes through a turbine, generates electricity. Do you see the commonality here? They all use water and turbine technology the same way hydroelectric. That's why hydroelectric is the best. But there's not enough rivers to dam and to create these hydroelectric plants as much as we need. Now, the few that exist are awesome. Hopefully they're in good shape and they're ready to run for a good long time. But there's a huge misconception with nuclear that it just creates electricity. It's like, no, it uses water to create electricity.
Data center builders are looking at nuclear because of these advantages. The only real problem is that the data centers are being built much faster than nuclear reactors are. I'd much rather have all the new energy needs met by nuclear and renewables, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't hiding the water use.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, look at this graph. I didn't even notice that. Look at hydropower is at the very top of the list, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Now, I don't know what biomass is. That's interesting. We might look that up later. I have no idea what biomass is. But hydro is huge. And then, yeah, oil, gas, coal, compressed something, or no, geothermal, natural gas. There it is. Because these all do have, like when you burn coal, it has to go somewhere, like your chimney of your house, right? When you're boiling water to make food, like that has to go somewhere. Whereas nuclear doesn't really have that. Yes, the rods will decay and stuff like that over time. as the fusion continues to do its thing, like eventually they will run out of whatever it is that drives them. And that's how you get nuclear waste, and then you have to store that responsibly. But you're talking about, enough fuel rod material about the size of like an oatmeal container that could run a nuclear power plant for years. And then, when you're done, you find a safe, ethical place to store it and get another one and chunk it in there, as opposed to tons and tons and tons and tons of coal to do the same amount of work. Metric tons. I mean, we're talking about a huge quantity shipped, transported, refined, mined, the whole 9 yards.
Construction, heat, power, these are all very real issues that communities and companies will have to sort out if rapid data center expansion will be tolerated by the people and the politicians that represent them. However, significant drinking water use doesn't appear to be one of those issues. My friend Hank Green recently put it this way in a video that I did not see until after I wrote this very similar script.
Why is everyone so wrong about AI water use? I think we're going to add that to our list. I would like to do that. Hank Green. We'll check that out later.
To be clear,
I get why people jump on AI water use. Wasting water feels immoral. In specific places that are up against their hydrological budgets, it can absolutely make sense to not add new use and to save every bit we can. Even under the maximalist goals of AI companies, the projected increase in water use is small compared to what cities and industries already use.
And again, to be fair, despite all the bad press, and perhaps because of it, you do see companies now promising or actively practicing a much more community-centric approach. Microsoft is investing tens of millions into new wastewater treatment capacity to handle its cooling water effluent. Amazon is switching to more data centers that use recycled water rather than drinking water. Meta even says that their data centers can be water positive by switching to closed-loop recycled water cooling and investing in local environment.
That's what I always thought would be the thing, closed loop, to where you have a finite amount of water that runs through a system. Like your car is closed loop. Like you don't get any more. Your car uses a certain amount, and it might slowly trickle out or evaporate over time, and you got to top it off. No big deal. But it's closed loop. It goes through the engine, and through a series of hoses, it goes through the radiator. Fans blow across the radiator, dissipate the heat, cools it down. It goes back out through a different hose, back in through a different part of the engine to continue the cooling, and it's closed loop. Why they don't do that, I couldn't tell you. To where now you're using water one time. And it gives you the advantage of being able to pressurize the system, to where if you pressurize the system, you can actually raise the boiling point and actually increase the cooling capacity of it all. So why they're not doing that across the board, I couldn't tell you. Probably because it's expensive, because now you need a lot of plumbing. You need a lot of aluminum piping and hoses and fans and, massive radiators. Which, I mean, again, are they cheaper than fucking turbine generators? Like, who knows? I don't know. But I do think that is the best way to do it.
Mental projects. That's not crazy.
And you can actually, now that I think about it, instead of having air-to-water radiators, you could have water-to-water radiators, which would be even better. To where you do have a giant pool somewhere, of water, which is open to atmosphere, but these radiators are actually submerged in that water, and then you have a flow system that keeps the water circulating, and that's actually more efficient than water to air. And it would keep the heat in the water, and then yes, the heat would gradually evaporate from the water into the atmosphere, but it wouldn't be just fans blowing hot air. So I'm not really sure what the cost benefit is for either one of those systems, but I feel like water to water is more efficient. Water to air is more traditional.
If you feel uncomfortable here, it's because we didn't know the baseline numbers. It's similar to me to the conversation around nuclear waste. It's a hot-button issue that delays construction projects. But in reality, there's not that much of it, and you'd have to eat a lot of it for it to be dangerous. Nuclear waste still scares people, and so it destroys...
Only because there's a documentary that I saw, and again, this could have easily been a hit piece, but there's a documentary on HBO, or there was, called Nuclear Homestead. And it talks about how during the Manhattan Project, there was a company in St. Louis that was charged, that took the contract to ethically dispose of the nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project, the development of the atom bomb. And when they did that, they buried it in these very subpar containers, underground in a and they just didn't do a very good job. And instead of like readdressing it and fixing it, they just kind of turned a blind eye and didn't really care. All the while, a few years later, there was a coal fire. A coal fire, which if you don't know what that is, look that up. That's fun. Coal fires can burn for years, for decades. There's a coal fire. There's like several of them active all over the country, all over the world at any given moment. Because once they catch, there's pretty much nothing you can do about it. And some of them have been burning for decades. But anyways, there was one in St. Louis that was targeted to meet up with the underground facility that this nuclear waste is being stored at. And so you take a coal fire and nuclear material, and the whole documentary talks about how like there are sensors around this facility that they erected now that like during certain times of the day, those sensors go nuts. And if you overlay how it's leaching into the water, how it's leaching into the air, I mean, the people getting cancer, the home prices being in the gutter, like, yeah, it was really bad. And so anyways, that always planted the seed in me that yes, I don't really have a problem with nuclear energy. I do think that there's security risks. You don't want it to get hijacked and, you know, be programmed to run away and have a meltdown or something like that. But it's also not like the movies where a meltdown doesn't mean a nuclear explosion. Those are not the same thing. They're not even close. And so those are two completely different types of fission taking place. But you have to dispose of the nuclear waste correctly. And I feel like that should be really easy with what we know about it, but never underestimate a company's ability to be cheap and cut corners to save money. That's where it gets really weird and bizarre. And I kind of want to watch this guy's video about that, about nuclear waste, because like I said, I have my misconceived notions of it and what I think is true, you know, versus what is true, you know, who knows. But we'll see. You know, it's not like the movies. You know, I know there's been conspiracy theories that nuclear waste has gone missing. Nuclear waste can still very much be used to hurt people if deployed and put in the wrong places. It needs to be tracked, and it needs to be in a place that has oversight, that is legit. It's not something that you're supposed to fool around with. Like that's the trade-off, is that you're getting very low pollutant energy, but the cost is in the details of disposing of the waste and doing it ethically. If there was a way to incinerate it or just launch it into space, like that'd be awesome. But I don't think we can do that.
Distracts us from having better discussions about nuclear power generally. Case in point, we come back to this viral video of Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Here she is strongly implying that a data center did this to local water. But it didn't. Not in the way she makes it seem. What she's showing is private well water, which data...
Oh, yes. Please tell me he's about to say, I just got done talking about this. I wonder if he's going to cover it, that's construction disturbance, not necessarily pollutants from the data center. Any construction site is going to disturb the well water and the storm runoff.
Centers don't use. And well water is routinely made more cloudy by construction projects that move large amounts of soil around. You can even see in the second jar she brings out that some of that sediment has already settled. In other words, the water would have looked like this regardless of whether or not there were going to be NVIDIA chips inside the nearby construction. This kind of demonstration is misleading at best, and it undermines real concerns with congressional theater. Trust me, I have a lot of forceful things to say about AI.
This guy.
I would love to have another sound argument against its reckless adoption. I don't want landscapes flattened by whirring warehouses as far as the eye can see. I don't. But if any of us that have legitimate concerns are going to be taken seriously, we have to accept the numbers when we have them, lest we be dismissed entirely. That's already happening in pro-AI and artificial intelligence forums. They're dismissing all of our concerns because we get the numbers wrong. So if everyone is wrong about AI water use, what should we be focusing on? What are we being distracted from? How about the fact that no one wants any of this in the first place? AI might not use much water, relatively speaking, but it could be using none of that water. What about focusing on the jobs we are not prepared to lose? What about the freedoms and privacy we're about to give up to big data? What about the existential risk that no one seems to be able to give an acceptable annihilation percentage for? What about the alignment problem? What about the ethics of interacting with or even falling in love with conscious machines? What do we do about chatbots that are so persuasive when they tell our children to kill themselves, they do it? There's a lot at stake here. The last grand psychological experiment we ran on ourselves like this was social media, a tool that ended up eroding democracy, unweaving the fabric of civil society, and creating both the most anxious and most depressed generation of children since we started measuring. What's going to happen if AI, a technology orders of magnitude more powerful, is allowed to change our world in the same way, without regulations and safeguards from the outcomes we know are coming? AI is going to use a lot of water, sure, but I'm worried it's going to waste an even more precious resource. You. Until next.
Fucking amen. Dude. I'm telling you, this guy's got it down, man. That's what an awesome video. 100%. That's getting saved. That's awesome. I think he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. When you think about people becoming more dependent on it, and the rug pull that is coming, that I think is absolutely coming, that like ChatGPT is free for now, but it won't be free forever. But yeah, it is dulling people's minds. He's so right about like people falling in love with it. Like I've read those stories about AI told people to do things and they did it, and people have this Deus ex machina mentality when it comes to AI, which is God in the machine. Like it's like, no, it's not. It's a machine. It's a language model. It's a difference engine. That's all it is. You can ask an A/B question 1,000 times. It's going to take the average and think that that's the right answer. And then they use that and they just expand and extrapolate off of it. And there are people that are falling in love with AIs. Like AI companions is a big deal right now. It's kind of crazy. AI therapy, instead of using traditional search engines, people are using ChatGPT and AI because it gives you a much more detailed breakdown per query, which back in the day, not too long ago, less than 3 or 4 years ago, when you wanted to research something, you had to pull up a Google tab, right? Or whatever your search engine of choice was. You typed in the keywords or the sentence or whatever it is that you wanted. You hit enter. And then you didn't get the little AI synopsis at the top. You got a bunch of links that you then, as the user, depending on your drive to want to really research something, you had to go through each link and click it and read about it and learn and use your own discernment whether or not it was what it was, depending on the source, depending on the citations, whatever. And then you go to the next link, and you go to the next link, and you go to the next link, and you look it up for yourself, and you come up with your own conclusion based on how you feel about the sources and citations and everything else. And you had, by the end of it, you had more information on said topic than you had before. Now AI just does it all for you. Even Grok, when I click around on Grok, I mean, it shows you the websites that it's pulling from. So does Google. Even ChatGPT, it pulls from Reddit. It pulls from all these different outlets. And it just gives you this breakdown, and people think that, oh my God, look at all this stuff that it just searched through. It must be right. It must be right. And it's not. And it's not. It's making up your own mind for you based on how it's algorithmically programmed to search for things. And so I think this guy is absolutely right, man. That's insane. What a good video. It is dulling people's minds. People are becoming hopelessly dependent on it. And it scares you because, again, this is the rug pull. It's going to happen, and people won't be ready for it. And people that use it for work are going to be screwed. People that use it for creative, things so far as like YouTube and generating images and videos, like they're going to be screwed. Or you're just going to be paying a massive premium to maintain what you have now. And if you want the full bore, GPT, like be prepared to spend even more than that. Oh my God, my legs are getting restless. We're about to end the stream because it's been about we're coming up on the 4-hour mark, which I'm pretty happy with us. I think we're going to pop on a little bit later and probably do some Fortnite because I want to see what the new update's about. But I think we covered it pretty well. I want to take these. I need to check some of these recordings to see how they turned out. And got to be honest, I'm not thrilled with TikTok. TikTok blows. And this new thing that I'm doing here, looks like we're going wide to YouTube, which is good, in horizontal. But the fact that we're going to Twitch in portrait is stupid. I didn't mean to do that. So we're going to adjust our style a little bit and see if we can't iron that out a little bit better. Because I thought that if you streamed in horizontal, depending on how you held your phone, it would change, or depending on if you're using a mobile app versus a desktop, it would change, but that's not what's happening here. When I first started the stream, it asked me to select horizontal or vertical per platform, so that was an oversight on my end, so whoops. But yeah, we're gonna dial back in later and probably do some Fortnite and/or some classic Halo, because I had a lot of fun doing that the other day. And who knows, we might touch on some more news and stuff like that, because this was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this. I get in my own head about going live, and I really shouldn't. I've never regretted it. YouTube was set to private for a very long time, so that was my mistake. So hopefully that doesn't affect it too awful much, but it's there, and we covered some ground. Like I said, I don't know everything, but I know a little bit about a lot, and to learn together. And even what this guy just said about the water, I gotta be honest, he made a very compelling case. It took a minute. I kind of started to edge back a little bit, but you keep an open mind and you keep pushing ahead, and numbers don't lie. Statistically, numbers do not lie. And so when he says the whole thing about golf courses versus data usage water, yeah, that makes sense. I do think that, eminent domain and taking people's houses and transmission lines and building these things at the breakneck speed that they are, there are still fundamental societal shifts that are coming down the pike that people are not ready for. We as a civilization are just not ready for. And when you see what's in the news, like we covered earlier about oil and Iran and all that, it's just such a massive distraction. It's Jurassic Park all over again. It's not, it's like you got so caught up wondering if you could do it, you didn't bother to ask if you should. Playing God. That's such a good line from that movie because it's true. If it's not there yet, if GPUs are not powerful enough yet, just wait. What's the big deal? We've been doing fine for the last 3 or 4 years without these mega data centers. Unless there is some massive shift taking place in the internet that we don't know about. Unless there are contracts in place to really start outsourcing white-collar jobs and desk jobs. It's the only thing I can think of. It's the only thing that makes sense. And I just developed a really bad nose whistle. That's really funny. That's a good sign that we're gonna put a bow on this stream here in a minute. But I do want to reach the 4-hour mark, which is 11 minutes away. So let's see if we can yak it up for another 11 minutes. And I do want to start streaming more structured. We were all over the map today, but we for the most part we stayed in our lane. I said news, data centers, and robotics, and we kind of stayed on that. We didn't really touch on the robotics like we did yesterday, but we can touch on that in a little bit, probably later today, because some of those videos had it in there, which again, I'm telling you, I'm excited about them, but I'm also terrified because it's going to upend society. It's not going to be good. Some of these bells cannot be unrung. And that's a very frightening concept. It's Pandora's box, It's one of those things that once the stuff starts getting deployed, now could they wind it back? Could the bubble pop? Yeah, sure. But you know what's going to happen when that happens is that it's going to drag the U.S. economy down with it. Like I said, the backbone, the spine of the S&P 500 right now is these big mega companies, Meta, Google, Tesla, NVIDIA. And they're all just passing the same money around, which makes the numbers go up, but eventually the buck's got to stop somewhere. And when it does, and it turns out that these either are not profitable, or they're aging out too quickly, or they're not sustainable, or they can't get the power, or they can't get the water, something's going to happen, and some of these companies are going to either start failing spectacularly, which a part of me is rooting for, but you can't root for that, because if it starts killing the economy, guess what you're also killing when you kill the economy? You're also killing people's 401ks, you're killing people's retirements, you're killing people's investments, which is really the only way to start generating, generational wealth, is to invest early and invest aggressively. And these are some of the best performing stocks. And so I imagine that there's a lot of people that are parlaying a lot of their investments into these fast growing stocks only to have the rug pulled. And that's a scary world. That's a scary place to be in. I don't really know what's going to happen. No one knows. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm just an average guy, dude. I'm just like you. I don't know dick shit about nothing. I can speculate all the live long day. I've read a lot. I've watched a lot. There's a bunch of YouTubers that I watch on a pretty regular basis. There's a bunch of other people that I watch on Rumble and stuff that on a regular basis. They keep me pretty well informed, but I know I have my bias. I enjoy my bias. I'm honest about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a bias as long as you're honest about it. It's to say that you're unbiased and then just start regurgitating leftist talking points, or Marxist talking points or whatever it is that you heard from someone else that but you can't substantiate it. It just is what it is. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. Is what it is applies to a lot, but not to that. Not to certain conversations where if your goal is to change hearts and minds and to actually educate people and actually have real conversations, which I can't stand the term real conversations, because what exactly is a real conversation? Every podcast under the sun is like, we sit down and we have real conversations. It's like, what's a real conversation? A real conversation is an honest conversation where it's people come to the table in good faith with arguments and a mind willing to change, but not willing to. Yeah, you're not going to dupe somebody. That's not the goal. That's manipulation. That's different, right? There's a difference between like rhetoric and open discussion and dialogue. That's why debates are interesting, because debates you're not really trying to change someone's mind. Debate is you're presenting your argument, and depending on the format, you have time to refute or recount or whatever, and then. The other person does in equal time and closing statements and da-da-da. And so the audience is left with what they just witnessed, and they're left to make up their own mind based on who they got to hear. But unfortunately, in my personal opinion, when it comes to debates, depending on who speaks first and who speaks last, and that's just human psychology, unfortunately. People are whoever the last person to talk was typically has the advantage because they can refute and denounce whatever the other guy said. And that's the last thing that you heard. Now, depending on how good the argument is, there are people out there like Andrew Wilson who are killing it right now. And I love that guy. That guy's awesome. And he's very good at what he does, but he's also very almost like, I'm going to use the word provocative, but I don't really mean that word in the way that other people use it. But like, he's very cutthroat. I mean, he refers to himself as a blood sport debater, and like that's awesome. He doesn't let people squirm away, and that's unfortunately in the day and age that we live in, you have to do it that way. There is no other way to do it because people are so good at squirming away and obfuscating and sleight of hand and look over here and debate fascinates me because there are all these different principles about, an appeal to authority, appeal to absurdum, straw manning, steel manning, red herring, all these different terms that people throw out in a debate that I don't fully know what all of them mean, but they help a lot to keep it on track, to keep it honest, to keep it in good faith, because a lot of people will they'll make a mountain out of a molehill out of this issue and try to use that to win the overall issue. And it's like, no, that's the red herring, which I can't remember where that comes from. But to be well-versed in debate skills, to be like, he's selling a class that I'd like to take. It's like $400. It's actually 2 classes. But I think it's totally worth it to equip yourself with the ability to debate and discuss. And the biggest thing is just learning how to articulate yourself, learning how to speak. Like, I can yap until the fucking cows come home. I enjoy doing it, which is why I look forward to streaming, even though I get very self-conscious and I get in my own head about it. But once we're finally going, once I see all the little red dots and it's going like mad, I feel immediately better. Because, like I said, I can yap with the best of them. I can stare at this camera. We can watch YouTube videos. We can video game. Doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, I like just talking and getting it out there. Nobody's listening right now. It says there's 1 viewer, but I think that's me. I think that's the streaming software. And that's fine. It's the people will come, but you just have to be consistent. And maybe there are people that want to know. Learning the history of money can be in the United States essentially from people simply printing their own in the 1800s. All the private bankers created the Federal Reserve in 1913. I've come to the conclusion that money is really pretty worthless. I agree with that. Don't know where that came from, but I'm glad to have you here. Maybe you're the 1 viewer that I still got. Cool. But yeah, I completely agree. The ability to print money is a huge problem. That's why gold has stood the test of history. It's always been valuable. I think there's a biblical significance to that, but it doesn't matter. You're living your life in a way that's not overconsumption, that's not an overabundance, to flex your brain, to sharpen your brain. It's like Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones. It's like a mind needs a book the same way a sword needs a whetstone. Like, it's 100% true. People need long form. That's why I'm going to be watching long and medium form content. Like when I first started streaming, I did a lot of shorts. And I would just sit here for hours and just watch shorts and react to it. And, you know, most of the time it was just a and I'd move on. And it's like, that's not valuable. Even to me, that's not valuable to anybody. You know, I'm no entertainer. Maybe I will one day, but I don't know. But to be able to watch this stuff, and like I said, this video that I just watched, I just had my mind changed. Like that just happened. You just got to witness it in real time. This video, data center water is a distraction, from Kyle Hill. He got my subscription and my thumbs up. I just had my mind changed. This is kind of amazing. Like that doesn't happen very often. Like I'd like to think I'm a pretty open-minded guy, but you know, here I am sitting here freaking out about it. But what are your thoughts on the elimination of the banking reserve requirements on effectively eliminating the fractional reserve banking system? I don't know. I've heard of some of that, which is they're going to a crypto of some kind of stable coin, right? Which they think is going to be part of the Internet of Things and just more a system of control, which will lead to like the cashless society. I don't know if it's actually got steam. I don't know if it's actually going to happen though, because one thing that I think of when it comes to money and people talking about things like that, the black market is still very much needs to exist in a certain balance with the, for lack of a better term, the white market, the legal market versus the illegal market. Like, yeah, they use Bitcoin and stuff like that, but they still do pallets of cash, you know, diamonds, gold, like those things will always have intrinsic value somewhere in the world. So they can't get rid of all of it. Cash transactions are still a thing. And I don't think we're going to see that go away for a while. Because if you got rid of cash, you can't print money anymore. Even though they only say 10% of our money is actually physical, the rest of it's all zeros and ones on a computer somewhere. That's a more frightening thought than printing money, is that only 10% of our money is physical, as in dollar bills and coins. That's terrifying. But, you know, you look at the price of gold, countries are buying it up like crazy, and the price of gold has gone down. They say it's like, oh, because we have a really strong dollar. It's like, yeah, well, I don't see it. Insurance is still high, rent is still high, gas is low, but whatever. But like grocery prices haven't really gone down the way that they should have. Fast food's not gone down, which, you know, you shouldn't eat fast food anyways. That's the dipshit tax, in my opinion. That's how I look at it. But gold was like 5,400. Now it's like less than 4,000. It's teetering right around 4,000, which is like, that's a hell of a swing. I agree. The Federal Reserve removed all requirements for bank loans and money in March of 2020, just prior to COVID. Yeah, inflation ever since then has been through the roof. It's insane. And unfortunately, when it comes to inflation, it's a high watermark. Inflation's never gone the other way. It's just a high watermark. Like, yeah, it'll come back down, but that mark is still there and it'll slowly edge past it. But that's also how people went from making, you know, 25 cents an hour to making $7.50 an hour to making $15 an hour. That's the part that we haven't seen catch up with it yet, is that, yes, inflation is always going to be a thing, especially with expanding GDP and stuff like that, but it's the wages that have not gone up yet. But it's coming. I mean, it has to. On a long enough timeline, when it comes to, I don't really necessarily believe in the free market anymore. I'm more of a believer of late-stage capitalism, unfortunately. I don't think inflation will ever stop when the brain, no money can create the money, loans and no reserve. You're either going to have a country full of homeless people. I mean, the line between upper and lower class, like the middle class, is disappearing. And at some point, you're going to have empty buildings. You're going to have houses that nobody can afford that are going to sit empty and dormant. And the market will correct itself. In order to sell, you're going to have to lower the price. And things will start coming back down to earth. There are certain cities that are doing it right. Caleb Hammer talks about Austin doing it right because they're rezoning. They're building more inventory. But that's what has me concerned about these data centers and AI taking over jobs, is that, dude, if jobs start evaporating, like jobs is the beginning of the engine. Like that is what drives the economy, is to have a job, to make money and then spend that money and live your life. And so if those jobs start disappearing, I don't know what the world looks like. And, you know, like I said, I used to get real big about Federal Reserve, and there's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve, right? It's the Rothschilds, it's the banking cartels, it's the this, it's the that. You know, yeah, that's all great to complain about. It really is, but it doesn't affect your day-to-day. And there's nothing that one person can do about it. There's nothing that 10 people can do about it. There's nothing 10,000 people can do about it. Most people know it. believe it or not, I've met a decent amount of people that they know they've heard of all of it, right? They've seen, whether it's a conspiracy documentary or whatever it is, they know about it. But what are you going to do? Jackal Island, right? J.P. Morgan, the Titanic. Like, there's all kinds of terrible things that have happened. If there are no jobs, consumer, which drives the economy, is done. Exactly. Now, people talk about universal basic income. That's an interesting line of thought. Again, to me, it doesn't fully make sense. It's like bolting a fan to a sailboat and pointing the fan at the sail. It's not going to go anywhere. Like, it doesn't make sense on paper. But if the technocracy or the government or whatever gives people X amount of credits, which always makes me think of Star Wars with like Republic credits. But if you get 1,000 credits, depending on how you spend those credits is what makes the economy go round and round. But if they're being given to you for free and there's no work that goes along with reward, I don't see how that's a sustainable system unless people learn to live drastically less than what we have now. Like, you cannot, like, it does not work with hyper-consumerism unless that's what they want. You become the product, right? Your data, your analytics. I talked about this earlier in the stream where I think that we're gonna find ourselves in a place where you'll be able to sign up to just fall asleep in a pod. No more bills, no more rent. And you just spend your life in the metaverse, and they'll harvest your brain analytics and your biometrics, and that'll be your life. And what scares me is that there's a lot of people that I think would sign up for that today and have no problem doing it. Old people that don't have retirement, Gen Z people that don't have a very bleak outlook on the future. And I mean, that's the Matrix. That's the simulation fixing to repeat itself all over again. I don't think inflation will ever stop. If there's no jobs, the economy is done. Exactly. You can't have rich without having poor. Yeah. Well, and the rich can only isolate and insulate themselves for so long before, like, things are going to get really bad. Like, in a grid down situation, I mean, the whole eat the rich sentiment is still alive and well. And I think people very much underestimate that. And I mean, we're seeing it right now with like Kevin O'Leary and some of these other tech bros that are, and he's not even a tech bro, but this thing he's building in Utah, he's got people so mad that they're coming to his house. They're chucking Molotovs and like doing bad things and vandalizing his properties and like yelling at him in the street. And he's like, I don't understand. It's like, what do you mean you don't understand? Like, you're sitting here. Peter Thiel, yeah, that's what I heard. I heard he did, and then he came back, or maybe I get all these names confused. But yeah, I mean, people are coming after him, and they're just so confused as to why it's happening. It's like, no, dude, you know exactly why it's happening. You're doing things that we don't agree with. That you're not giving us a vote. You're not even. You don't. We're just fodder to you. We're like bugs. You're just pushing us out of the way. And I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. If you're not going to listen to the country folk who you are disenfranchising by taking their house through eminent domain, you can, if you're not going to listen to them at city council meetings, like, you're going to listen to them in a different way. Like, please believe that these rednecks have the ability to figure out a way to start destabilizing. Like, eco-terrorism is a terrifying thing. Yeah, they make movies about it and whatever, yada yada, but like, I do think that if you're not going to hear them, people will be heard one way or the other. And I'm not condoning it, but I've seen some really funny TikToks talking about how it's like, we need to save these data centers. They create tens of jobs, and we need them to gobble up all the water and power. We need to make sure that no one pours gasoline down the HVAC system. And I'm like sitting there laughing my ass off, but in the back of my brain, I'm sitting there thinking, like, people are going to do this. Like, it's going to suck. Like, I don't want that to happen, but that is what's going to happen. People have done it before in different times in history. People shoot at transmission center. What are those called? Oh my God, whatever it is, where you see the power station thing that's on the ground that the lines come into, and then it splits and goes different directions, like a substation. People have done that just to wreak havoc, just to be infamous. And now they have another reason. And again, I'm not condoning it. I'm not calling for it. George Carlin used to perform a bit called The American Dream. And if you haven't seen it, I know exactly. It's a big club and you're not in it. It's a dream, because you got to be asleep to experience it. Yeah, no, George Carlin was awesome, man. And some of his stuff is starting to make the rounds again because he was ahead of his time. I mean, he called it out. dude, he was awesome. I hope there'll be another one like him. There'll never be another one like him, but I hope someone else like starts pushing the way that he was, because he was big about going against the establishment. And you know, he's a stand-up comedian, but at the end of each show, you'd be sitting there like he'd make you think, you know, and it was awesome. And I've known a handful of comedians that do something similar, but you know what? Just because you said that, that's a good way to end it. I'm spelling this all wrong. George Carlin. Let's see if I can find that one. I know the bit you're talking about.
The only true lasting American value that's left, buying things. Buying things. People spending money they don't have on things they don't need. Money they don't have on things they don't need, so they can max out their credit cards and spend the rest of their lives paying 18% interest on something that costs $12.50.
Dude, okay, this is the hyperconsumption. This is the overconsumption stuff. Yes, I have to keep pausing because I don't want YouTube to get mad at me for copyright, because I still don't fully understand how some of that works. But yes, this is, and again, I watch all these guys on YouTube talking about hyperconsumption, and it's out of control these days, dude. And credit card debt is out of control. And again, he called all of this in what? The 90s? When did this come out? 16 years ago, this was uploaded to YouTube. And the fact that it only has 500,000 views is unbelievable to me. That's insane. He had this pegged, man. Like I said, he was ahead of his time.
And they didn't like it when they got it home anyway. Not too bright, folks. Not too fucking bright. But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, and you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything.
Oh, yeah, education, right. Not being educated, educating yourself, one, and two, not being told what to think, but learning how to think. That's a big one, right? Learning how to research things, right? There's a huge case to be made about IQ, right? The movie Idiocracy is kind of starting to turn into a documentary, which is a great movie that I need to watch again just to keep it fresh. But yeah, he's not wrong. People want to point at the education system, and it's like, this is what happens when you outsource everything. When you outsource education. Like, I'm sorry, but when it comes to children, it's like, I like to think that you know your kid better than a teacher knows your kid. Therefore, you are the best person to teach your kid, not someone else. And to just outsource it and complain when it doesn't go the way that you want is ridiculous.
Education. They said we need more money for education. We need more books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools. We need more testing for the kids. And you say to them, well, we've tried all of that, and the kids still can't pass the test. So, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades.
Yeah. Oh my God. And tell me this isn't the way of the world now. That like when in doubt, it's like, what was it back when I was in school? It was the whoever got the highest grade, that was the curve, right? And you always hated the smartest guy in class because he'd mess up the curve for everybody and get 100%. But if the highest grade in the class was an 88, he got bumped up to 100%, and everybody else got that extra 12% added to their grade, and it helped a lot. And it's absolutely speaking the truth, and it helped a lot. And that was great when you're in high school, right? On a BS civics test or something like that. But now you start to see this in like society, like where we no longer operate off of merit, and it's like people, instead of actually improving the educational system, instead of getting literacy rates and like academic benchmarks like where they need to be, we'll just lower the standard. And when you read about how like people graduating high school in Baltimore read at like a 3rd grade level, you know what I'm saying? When you see that Man on the Street reporting where people have a fucking index card that has a sentence written on it, and I can't remember what the sentence is at the moment, but it's like the silhouette of the dress of the something was, blah, blah, blah. It uses words that I'm sitting there like, I didn't get a world-class education. I got an education, but I could read that index card like it's not a big deal. And so when he's doing these Man on the Street, which I get it, those are all cherry-picked. Those are the people that got it way wrong. They're not emblematic of society as a whole, but still, there's enough of them to where you see that people have no idea. Like, these are grown adults in society that are contributing to wow, that was loud. That are contributing members of society, and they don't know how to fucking read. And yet there are certain, like Baltimore's just an example, but I'm sure there's a bunch of them And they're passing them. Lower the standards because the school would get penalized otherwise. Or what are you going to do when you have an entire graduating class that doesn't qualify? What does that look like? You'd have a bunch of super seniors. What are you going to do? Build a bigger school to accommodate super seniors? Like, no, it's just easier to just go ahead and lower the standards and, call it socioeconomic disparities and move on.
And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil.
Fuck! We lost him way too early, man. He's not wrong.
Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there. It's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind 3 things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No.
Yes and no, but not anymore. Again, this kind of speaks to how dated this is, because they don't do that anymore. They don't hide behind the Bible. They don't want to be like, that's unfortunately, we are no longer a Christian nation. I like to think that we could be again one day, but we'll see. They don't really give a shit about the flag, or at least one side of the aisle wants to stand behind the flag. The other side doesn't. And then, yeah, even the children, I mean, they stand behind the children in other ways nowadays, which is not good. But he's not wrong. He's not wrong, but fuck, I miss this guy, dude. I'm probably gonna watch his entire special later.
No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground.
I was a child, no child left behind. I remember that. I remember being referred to as that when I was younger, and I didn't know what it meant. I know it was a George Bush thing, but I got special classroom sizes, and I think that it served me well, because technically I was dyslexic, and so I was considered special education, and I had smaller whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And so do I think that it was a net positive? Yeah, probably, but the way that it's framed by older people like George Carlin, Lewis Black, a couple of older comedians from the 90s, like, they did not look upon those policies very kindly. I personally don't have an opinion, because I'd like to think that I've benefited from them. But those don't really exist anymore. No child left behind. It's like, no, but that used to be specific to someone who had a learning disability, but now it's just blanketed to all kids. And if all kids are special, no kids are special.
Down here. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got.
It's some black pill. This is old school. I didn't know the black pill existed back then, 16 years ago. Let's go.
Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big, the wealthy.
Oh, yeah. I've always learned that if there's someone poor and disenfranchised somewhere in the world, it's because someone richer wants it that way, because they're making money. Africa. Why is Africa? It's 2026 over there, too. Africa is still Africa because someone somewhere wants it that way. And it's an absolute fucking travesty of humanity.
That the real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't.
It's a theater.
You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big all the big media companies, so they control.
And tell me that's not exactly what we're going through with these data centers. These technocratic these technology companies that are just fast tracking through government, right? Permitting at record rates, like eminent domain, for fuck's sake. Like, he's spot on. He is dead nuts on it. It's insane.
Control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that.
Nope, they're not. And it's that scene from A Bug's Life where it's like they outnumber us 1,000 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. Like, that's a fucking Disney movie, and that scene still fucking hits like a ton of bricks because it's 100% true. Yeah, they don't want us. They want us with our nose buried in TikTok and Instagram. They're buying crap on Amazon, going to a job that we trade hours for dollars. Yeah, they don't want us to be well informed because that would be bad. And at the end of the day, they don't want money. It's not about money anymore. It's power. They have more money than they could spend in 12 lifetimes. They have generational wealth for the next 7 or 8 generations. It's no longer about money. It is power. It is some sort of a aggrandizing like they think that they're gods, and it's deeply unfortunate. And I'm not talking about millionaire class. There's a lot of people that are self-made. There are a lot of great points hidden in these old movies and cartoons. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Back when the world was made a little bit more sense. We have lost the plot, man. And like I said, I'm not black pill about the future, but we are ringing bells that cannot be unrung.
That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. You know something? They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the...
Oh, yeah. And there's a reason that the school system, the way that it was orchestrated so far as standing in line, answering to a bell, right, going from class periods, it was literally, it's set up the same way that a prison is set up. It is designed like old school factories, which we don't really have old school factories anymore, but the mentality is still there, that you answer to authority, that you ask to use the bathroom, that you have to sit and be quiet and listen and regurgitate, and it's not, education is not, he's 100% right.
Lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money.
Ooh, yo. It reminds me of Pavlov's dog. If you play the common cell phone ringtone in public, see how many people you can get to check their phone. Oh, 100%. Yes. I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me watching a YouTube video. You know what I mean? I'm watching it and I hear a ding go off, or the FaceTime, or the ring, like a Ring doorbell sound. Everyone looks at their phone. Like, it's hilarious. You're absolutely right. It's absolutely Pavlovian. But yeah, the education system is not what it once was. It is designed to make you into a worker, into someone, like, even having political discourse. Like, people are far more willing to talk about their sex life than they are to talk about their political. And it's like, that makes no sense because it used to be the opposite now. Dave Chappelle had a funny ass bit about that, about how it's like, how dare you ask me about my politics? So the other night, me and my wife, and he just like goes into the story, and it's like, yeah, it's gross, but it's true.
They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way,
fucking R.I.P. this guy. Dude, I'm telling you, man, this guy was an absolute fucking legend. And what he was talking about with the pensions, that just happened with the trucking company recently. Yellow was a huge LTL carrier. And these people just showed up to work one day. Doors closed, equipment sold, pensions defunded. Sorry. Bye. And you heard about it in the news for all of maybe 3 days. And someone else bought it all up for pennies on the dollar. And no one cares. Someone somewhere worked for 20, 30 years. Gone. Just needs to find another job now and start all over again. He's 100% right. That's why, like, pension jobs and things like that, 401k, if you're not investing independently outside of a 401k, outside of some other thing, like, you need to diversify because ain't nothing for sure in this life. Social Security is going to be gone in the next less than 4, 5, 6 years. I think it's 2033.
It's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't get
salt of the earth. Salt of the earth. These people, they, you know what I mean? They work, they're honest. They do what their daddy did before them and their daddy before them and da-da-da-da-da. And, yeah, they have no idea. And you get these politicians, these blowhards, you know what I mean? Like, I'll make a carve out for Trump just because he was a cultural icon, you know, and he lost money doing this. He's one of the only politicians that I've ever known in my lifetime that's lost money doing what he's doing.
Give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all.
They don't.
At all.
The idea that it's like, oh, write a letter to your congressman. Reach out to your constituents. Yeah, right, dude. When has that ever done anything? These city council meetings about these data centers is all we need to know about how much they actually care about the people.
At all. Yeah. You know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Oh my gosh, this guy is such a legend. I'm telling you, man, there will never be another one like him. I hope I'm wrong. I hope someone comes down the butt. I'm telling you, man. That was good. I appreciate that suggestion. I needed that. That's a good way to end the stream. We're past the 4-hour mark. This was a good one. Oh my gosh, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, it's a mess. But you know what? I'm hopeful. Because they've been saying it's all going to come crashing down. I gave you a follow. Look forward to catching your next stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. I very much appreciate the follow. But, yeah, we might stream later today. Maybe do some Fortnite or something. But, no, I like this. This was good. But, yeah, we're in a weird place. People have been talking about it's all going to come crashing down. I've been expecting it to come crashing down for the last, 15, 20 years, and it hasn't. But you know what? Now I have nephews. I have a niece coming soon. You know what I mean? Me and my girl are contemplating having babies. And it's like, what kind of world are they going to grow up into? We have no idea. There's no way of knowing. I mean, and there have been plenty of generations before us that didn't know what was coming. There's never going to be a right or a wrong time, for kids. But when you compound the AI stuff into dating, into AI companions, into birth rates, I mean, there are entire cultures that are going to disappear over the next 20 years. I mean, older people, continue to work. Young people, either that can't work or they are condemned to shitty jobs. They say it only takes a single generation to rewrite and reprogram an entire mindset. 100%. Oh, yeah, it was, the German guy, right? He said that. He was like, give me the books, give me one generation, and he'll change it all. And he did, or he tried. He was close. And if you look at the companies and the people who own textbook companies, the people who write these textbooks, this revisionist history, that's a whole nother rabbit hole for another day. That's a big one. But, yeah, it's not the end. It's going to be fun. And I'm here for it. And I'm here to weigh in on it. And we'll definitely talk more about this. But